Easy done. That's up and running.
Beauty.
And just remembered I can actually send the bloody, because I'm logged into YouTube and I'm logged into Google.
Yeah.
Send the link to myself rather than type it on manually. Can I get you anything? Oh, you got water.
No, I'm pretty good.
There's no
man.
food there yet.
No, that's all right. I might even go make a coffee soon.
Oh, good idea.
Yeah.
Stay nice and fresh.
Yeah. Wake up a bit. Hello. Hello, how you going? I'm doing a presentation later on this morning and I just wanted to upload it. Mike, that's it. Too easy. They have emailed one through the mark, but so they don't have it on a memory stick. I need to see what I can give you a memory stick. Yeah, if you got USB-C. That's. I don't think I do, but can you email it to Tim? I'll go find it. Actually, is it easy if you just email it to my email address?
Just letting you know that there won't be as many people in the room this morning because there's another meeting. Some of us have split up into a separate meeting. So if you want, you're welcome to sit wherever, but if you want to come forward, it's up to you.
Thanks. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, now I've just chucked on the stick so it's straight in. No, that's all right. I think I can see it. I haven't seen it yet. Oh, you haven't? Oh, yes, so. It's just uploading it to my. Hello.
Hello, how you
Are
going?
The key IT person.
I sure am.
Moving on the slides.
Yep.
Can you just tell me how to do it?
Yep. You just got to click on the laptop. So I'll just show you. Yep. So it's just
Forward and backward.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. No worries. All good.
Yeah, there's a number of these. Showgrounds.
starting to drop off again. Oh yeah.
So, is that a PowerPoint?
It's a
Or?
PowerPoint. It's set to download it. So if you go to File, or download this download button. Yeah. Just continue. Just continue down the bottom. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, complicated. I've normally got my adapter, but I just forgot to
Nah,
check
that's
it.
all good. Download should start soon. So if I go. I see what it does. Just make sure everything's still there. So that's yours. Yeah. I'll just double check it's all there.
Great.
This laptop.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you please take your seats? Ladies and gentlemen, some of today will not be as busy as yesterday because some of the people focused on irrigation have gone to another room. So it's up to you. If you want to move forward, please do so.
I might send you a text to make sure everything's still right. Go, okay? I was gonna say, I'm just making sure this is still running. Oh, that looks like it's still live, doesn't it?
Is that just because I logged into my email?
Yeah, it looks like.
Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the conference, or day 4, depending on which day you started. Welcome. We've got a great lineup for you this morning. I'm delighted. The feedback based on yesterday has been fantastic. People have loved everything about this conference, the study tour, the welcome reception, and they loved your speakers yesterday.
Yeah.
But we've got some really great speakers for you today. I was also delighted by Jackie's speech last night, Jackie Hickey from the MDBA, who talked about marriage and the marriage between the MDA and the MDBA. So I was really touched by that speech, so much so that somebody left their room card for me last night. So somebody was staying at the Quest and left me their room card, but can I just point out, you have to tell me which room number. I spent a lot of time knocking on doors last night, but, you know, I finally gave up. So if anyone's missing a room card from the Quest, please let me know. Is anyone game to put their hand up now? It was left on one of the tables here. There's a card on your table. It's called a loyalty card. So some of you may have worked out yesterday what this is for. This is really just to encourage you to tick off every one of our exhibitors. Get around, talk to them, engage with them, because again, we couldn't do this if it wasn't for the support of our friends and partners at DQ and Waterfind and CSIRO and all of, Commonwealth Environmental Water Holder. Again, these partnerships are very important to us. So please get around and talk to our friends today. We've also got a very exciting booth talking about CARP, so the National CARP Control Plan, and one of our speakers this morning will address that issue, that very important and topical issue of CARP. But this loyalty card, so please today get around, talk to them, and really engage with them. Tick this off. If you either hand it into the MDA booth, give it to Tim, or leave it on the table and we'll collect them. But really, we're hoping to get these before lunch, and there will be some hampers that I'll hand out, our award just before lunch. So please get these to us, ideally at morning tea or as soon as you can, and we'll hand out the hampers later. Right, it's my very great pleasure to introduce our first speaker and keynote of the day is Senator Ross Cadell, Federal Shadow Minister for Water, to talk about the alternate view. And I think we've heard from really great perspectives, but we also want to hear some, different perspectives of what's the future of water hold for us. Please join me in welcoming Ross Cadell.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Shari and Tim, for organising and having me down here. And thank you, everyone, for coming. It's a very important thing that you do. And I said to a few people here today, and I'm not going to fall for the quote that was in there that my staff hate saying on you, Shadow, or anything like that. But you live this life, and I'm on chapter 2 of your book. So I feel like a school kid standing up doing a book report on a novel of your life here. And it's so important that we understand that water is life. And that the current document doesn't address that. It's leaving people out of it more and more. Even just this morning, we were talking about critical human needs and the things that are being overlooked on those investments. I want to start by saying my perspectives. Then I'm going to talk about some opportunities and threats. And of course, I'll be introducing who I am so you have some context. I did not agree yesterday that this is not a new chance for a new start. When they say Murray-Darling plan is working, I think it's operating. I don't think it is working as it should. I think there are some key things that we can look at to prove that. I think we need to take the policy out of this and the ideology out of the plan and put it back in the communities. We need to get back to what this water is for, what it delivers, and what it does for Australia. And we know the last time this plan was discussed and correct, politics took over. And communities, your businesses, your communities, your people, your environment have suffered because of that. So I want to talk, this was meant to be an engagement and collaboration thing, I think I'm going to talk about how we do that going forward. But I also want to talk about the threats and how this can go south and how it can become worse. So that's what we'll be getting to, but tell you a bit about me. So I come from the Hunter Valley. My experience with water is extremely different than the Murray-Darling catchment. In the Hunter Valley, I had a 40 meg dam in the back, and I had a floodplain of a creek, not a river, a creek. And it was always good to flood once or twice a year. And it was my dad's favourite time of the year because he had a canoe, and we would go out and he'd be able to go across the whole valley on a canoe. And even when we didn't have a canoe, he went and bought an inflatable boat that we would go out on. There's nothing as scary as being on an inflatable boat in floodwaters over barbed wire fences with a dog hanging off your foot because it got off the chain and wanted to swim out to you. And seeing snakes jump off trees because something big was floating by. But that is my experience, different than what it is out here. I don't pretend to know everything. I'm doing my best to travel and learn because what I can read is data, but information is data and context. So I'm getting out and trying to learn as quickly as I can, as fast as I can by talking to people. So I've been up southern Queensland, I've been in the Northern Basin, I was here last week, I've been in South Australia, I'm going to Shep, I think in a couple of weeks' time, and just talking to people and getting your real stories. Because it's when you understand what water does, what the experiences are, what the challenges are, what the threats are, you start to understand that context. And so that is where I approach this thing from. I am not an expert on water, but I have a room full of people. I have people here that can always help me out. I want to talk about my relationship with the Minister, Murray. I think it is a good thing Murray's been placed as Water Minister. I do not want to be combative with him. I think he's far more open and willing than the previous Water Minister. I think this adds to our chance to create a Murray-Darling 2 that is better for people and better for the environment overall. Our office have worked with him on a number of things, and I think I have a decent reputation in Parliament that I'm not going to play games when it comes to things like this. I was the state director of the National Party. I've had my opportunity to win elections and do things by being a little bit opportunistic, a little bit out there. I'm not there now. I'm now in the Senate because I want to do something for Australia. I want to do better things, and I will not be taking cheap shots where they're needed and where they can make people suffer. So you understand where my priorities are, and I'm not going to mince words. I believe the Murray-Darling has been over-recovered. I think we were over-allocated before. I think we're over-recovered now. I think we have serious problems that have answers that are not getting done, like CARP. I can't wait to hear about CARP earlier. I think critical water use, critical human use is not properly dealt with. I think there's a lack of funding. Even today, we were talking to Narromine with Craig about the funding needed to make their water treatment plants. I mean, we've been to see Tamworth, and Tamworth, the city, is 60,000 people within months of running out of water. That is not a ship water in situation. That is a ship people out situation. That is a disaster in Australia. And to think that's where we're after 10 years of this plan, that's why I don't think it's working. So this is where we come to the opportunity that's in front of us. I don't want you to think of this as a chance to modify. I want to see this as a blank piece of paper. Because what we have is 10 years of experience of what has happened to look forward to what we think should happen in the future. And so much knowledge is in this room, so much knowledge is out in this field, so much knowledge is in our communities, we shouldn't let that go. But I want to talk to you about how we get to that opportunity. Murray Watt, the Minister for Environment and Water, is picking a team. He has the power, and black and white, I'm not going to try and be unconfrontational here, there are two teams. There are the Greens and the Environmental is First Flow, and there are users and communities and the coalition. They are the only two teams that can deliver him the numbers to move this act through Parliament, black and white. So what do we want to do? I want him to pick our team. I want him to pick your team. I want to be the one that can deliver less political risk for him for a greater outcome for Australia. And so that's why I think we need to put people back in the plan. We need to put our communities back in the plan. We need to put you back in the plan. We need to make it so that Murray's political risk is walking away from you and walking away from the communities and instead backing us. We want to be the one that he picks. We want him to think we are cooperative. We want him to think that we have a cohesive plan going forward and that we can get on. And so we've seen the politics of water really challenge us in the past. I think restoring our rivers, taking away the triple bottom line is a disaster. I think it is not the reason for having this plan in the first place. If you go back to the federalism plan that was first touted in 2005, we'll come to one of the threats later. But when you have no one in charge, when you have no responsibility, when you have very little accountability, things go wrong. So the document we have is a political cop-out, and people are suffering because of it. When we talk about how we know it's not going to work, when you go to a town like Bourke that has lost 60% of their water and 40% of their population, you can't say the triple bottom line is working. When you hear towns that are running out of water, human critical water, when we're in Louth and they were praying for the last month of their water allocation that they didn't have a house fire because they would break their licenses to put it out, that is not working. How do those towns grow? How do they employ people? How do they get people there if they can't even survive? When you look at health of our rivers, which is vitally important, how can you judge we need more recovery when stakeholders, including government, and I include ourselves in both state and federal, when we were in power, when we weren't in power, this is, I'm not finger pointing here, when they aren't doing the work that was required to test the river health, when we aren't getting rid of the carp, when we aren't doing the works, when we aren't doing all these other things that is required under the Act because it is too hard, how can we then say the river is unhealthy, we must recover more water? It is a cop-out in every sense of the word, and it has to stop. Because when we're going forward in this, it is too easy for politicians like me, and I'm going to say public service and departments, to not take risks. In a football game, it's very easily not to have any handling errors if you never want to touch the ball. And it's very hard to point at a department and say, you're the one that chose not to do anything. It is very easy to say, you chose to do something and it didn't go the way we said. We have to get an outcomes focus where we reward those people that try and deliver the things that are in the document, try and deliver the outcomes under efficient measures, not think that 2 or 4 years assessing things that things are absolutely perfect is the way forward. On that point, on carp, I'll be writing the Murray, and I'll be saying to Murray, I accept that the plan is not yet perfect. I accept that things may go wrong. We may have, protein load up in the rivers. We may have mass die-offs. We may have other things. But if we are ready for it, if we build a plan and we execute it, I will stand with him and bear the burden of the decision that we decided to go ahead, not poke fun at him for getting it wrong, not take cheap shots. It is time for doing and executing the plan, not talking about it. I spoke to a state minister of water who signed the plan at the beginning. And I said, why aren't these things done? Why aren't the works done? Why aren't we closing the things we said we closed? Why aren't we spending money? 2 reasons. One, I signed up to the plan because it was political imperative. I never thought we would have to do those things. That is what we're talking about here. It was done because it was too big to fail in the end, even though it had transpired down the area. How do we know this plan is working again? It is, we have a class action. The thousands, tens of thousands of farmers taking action against this. If it was working, that wouldn't be there. We have the Chews ceasing to pump. We have regulations that they, on their licenses, that they buy off users, exactly the same license classes, can credit for flowbacks when users can't do the same things. We're creating a 2-tier system, even though that was not the case. And that's subject to, I think, some of the state members might talk later, a disallowance in the upper house. And I hope it gets there. We shouldn't do that. And we're talking about a public service mentality and a politician mentality that is fearful of that risk that I spoke about. And I will fail in my role as shadow, but I'll fail trying, not fail being risk averse. Because we have to get back to doing things, as I said. When we talk about the opportunities still, the numbers have come out from a number of conservation groups, the total system cost of the energy transition. Now, I accept climate change is a thing. I'm not going to sit here and say I don't think it is. The climate is changing, causes we can get there. But if we had to spend $1.33 trillion transitioning the energy needs for this country, 1.33 trillion, to do that, because of the science is clear that climate change is happening, why are we spending nowhere near that on water that is life, that provides life to everyone, to make it adaptable, to make it resilient, to give you the future? If climate change is coming, why aren't we spending money to protect our people and protect our communities from the very things that will happen? And I have a difference of opinion on the energy policy of Labor, but it's their policy and it's there. If we are going to spend massive money because we have to pull down 30% of 1% of the world's carbon dioxide, can we not spend a portion of that making sure our country is safe when we don't control the other 99% of the dioxide and the outcome? It is farcical that I'm sitting here with Narromine after $30 million for a water treatment plant, Tamworth for $100 million for a water plant. When you're talking about works on the weirs up in Louth and Tilpa and Wilcannia that can't increase catchment or water storage by 3 centimetres by putting a fish bridge in, so you have to lower the weir and the water security. There is money to be spent here doing the right things. Climate change will bring algal blooms, it will bring change conditions, it will bring all of these things. But water, the very essence of life, doesn't get funded to a level that needs to be. And that brings part of the threat about how people are viewing what we go within the outback, what they do with life, what they do with their food. And I was in the room yesterday when I heard those amazing figures that Troy put out, that 72% of people don't realise they're in the catchment. But what was more said, 27 of water licence holders don't understand they're in the catchment. That's amazing to me. If 72% of people in the catchment don't know they're part of there, and we don't know the 40% of the food supply that's here, we don't know all the citrus, we don't know 98% of rice, all of these things that come from this area. If our own people don't know this, they don't understand the importance of the productive use of water going forward. So that education piece is so important. I can't wait to see his videos. So the opportunities for us to get out there and educate people to do this is very important, because this Murray-Darling 2 should not be another political document. It should not be another just water document. It should be a bill that is for the future of our country, not just a 2-minute grab in the news. We have to get back to doing the hard work to build a better country, not the hard work to get elected again in 3 years' time. So we'll all have to make sacrifices. You in this room, me, I won't be able to beat up Murray and say he's got this wrong and he's not giving me A when I want B, he's not giving you C when you want D. If we want him to pick us, we have to find consensus. There has to be people between north and southern basins, between South Australia and Victoria. Find the common ground that we agree on. Find the areas we don't have to have consensus. Let's get overwhelming support for. Consensus in water, it doesn't exist. Find things we have overwhelming support for and say these are the things we agree on. These are the things we have 50-50 on, and these are the things that we can't find any sort of 92 opinions on these three things. Once we lay that out for Murray, for the process, for the consultation, we'll be able to make headway. And here's the thing, we have consultation overload. We don't have consultation overload, we have not being heard overload. They will come and consult and ignore us. They will come and consult you and not listen to you. We have being ignored overload. So if we find that consensus in this room, if you can come and tell me and the coalition votes, we back this plan because these are the reasons, I will give you our votes, I will give you our support. We will do the deal with Murray and your futures will be better. I will be there to support you every step of the way, but we need to solve those things that we agree on first so that that path is easier. Because I will tell you what the other side will say. You are all environmental vandals. You all take water from a system that has flowed naturally forever and a day, and it needs to be stopped. The insert name of animal here is endangered because you have done the wrong thing over years and years and your community's taken water away. It is a very emotive argument. And so as soon as they find division, as soon as we split, as soon as we have uncertainty amongst ourselves, that is the argument that will win, because it's very hard for a minister or anyone to get up and say, I am killing the duck-billed orangutan as a thing. So we need to get that together and we need to do that thing. So my view is that I am desperate to leave a legacy that I was involved in getting Murray-Darling to better. I'm desperate that we did a deal that builds a country, not ticks a box. And I think the way to do that is when you talk about the collaboration and the round table, all of these things that happen, finding your voice together. And this is why your association, this conference is so important. And I sat through some of the motions. I was in, I think, meeting Helen when the AGM started, but we came back out here and caught the end of that. And I heard some of the discussions around different things, and it's interesting to see the perspectives and some differences in the room as we see. But many of those things you found consensus, many of those things you found agreement, and that is the way forward. It was great to go and see Helen Dalton yesterday and see her 7-point plan, which 6.5, I think we agreed on, Helen, in the end, ish. But we are in different parties. This, it was a national party seat. She's now an independent. If we don't work together, like I'm saying, everyone in this room will work together, we will lose. We have to come together as much as everyone else, because this is beyond politics. And this is where I come to the threats. The threats of Murray-Darling 2 are great also. When the Chew stopped pumping and due to non-compliance with non-urban metering regulations, I think it was, there was a call to have a Royal Commission into the Murray-Darling operation as management. And as I phoned around seeking, there was differences of opinion on that. There was, we've got it okay now, we've survived now, don't open that door. All of these things came up. And so we walked away from it as to not cause harm. But that fractionality and disagreement is a real threat. This is not the time to nitpick over small things. It's the time to find really, really good agreement on the big things. And this is everything else. Is that North versus South, the annuals versus perennials. It's about talking together at these conferences and finding the common things. So a plan that we agree on. Do we agree no more water? And I absolutely say no more water. I think it's idiocy to say that more water being taken out when you don't know what the status of a healthy river without carp, with the works done, is there. And I get, if I'm a public servant or a politician, I can't fail writing a cheque to buy a water licence. It's really hard for me to stuff up a bank transfer. But if I have to build a weir, if I have to do a fish ladder, if I have to do sustained works, if I have to do rules change, it is really easy for me to fail. And someone go, you've gone over budget, you've gone late, you've had these bad things. So we have to support these people, even though it may be very, very hard for you in some of the differences. We have to support them doing good work, and we have to accept that we stuff up. So we have to accept that Murray's department may stuff up. We have to accept DQ may stuff up. But it's far better that they stuff up doing things and having a go than doing nothing. Because that is the state we've got to. Everyone is scared to do anything except change the rules. It's really easy to change the rules too. I just send a memo off and ask the minister or the department to change the rule, do this, do that. That's done. So this is where we're going forward. When we talk about the education, it falls on all of us. I'm so happy that Inspector General is doing that. I think, if I'm being critical, I think Murray-Darling Basin should do more of it. I think that education should happen more from them. I think it was actually a finding in a Senate hearing a few years ago that said that education was needed, and it's not being done. So if we aren't educating people in the cities about the importance of their food bowl, if we're not doing about the importance of regional towns, if we're not letting them the threats that happen to pure habitation of these country towns if they don't have water, we aren't doing our job as a group. So I'll work on that education piece, but I ask all of you to work on that education piece as well. When we talk about politics over compliance, my first ever hearing in the Environment Communications Committee, my first ever estimates. Again, I mentioned Troy, I had him there and I said, how are we going on compliance? How many people are we catching doing the wrong thing? And it's the first time I ever got in the paper as a senator, I remember his line. You would have to be a moron to be caught under this act doing the wrong thing. Because the rules are so unenforceable, they're so loose, they're so different. And even yesterday, he now tells me you'd have to be unlucky and a moron to be caught, because it's now only 33% of people under the Corporations Act that can be caught doing the wrong thing. And this is the farcical situation we get ourselves in. And all of these rules, all of these guidelines, all of these things, remember that phrase, may have regard to. Where's the enforceability in that? These are the rules that you states and players may have regard to. You may not, you may ignore it, you may do whatever you want, but this is the unenforceability. So if we go back, think blue sky, think big, do not think small, try and find consensus, try and make someone responsible. This plan goes nowhere without some responsibility and some accountability, and that doesn't exist at the moment. How is it that the Commonwealth and governments can get away with not doing water sharing plans for 6 years, not pumping and metering correctly, not doing these things and not being held accountable? And finally then, can we do what this plan was always meant to do and get a balance? It's not just the environment and water. The environment is important, I'm not saying it's not, but we have to get people back into this plan. I will work for that. I will not try and cut corners, and I will fail. Pick up my phone and tell me I failed. I'm not, so big ego that I'm not going to do that. But I ask you to come together because I think we've got a great opportunity, and probably once in a generation, to do something great with Murray, who I think will be a good minister. I'm not going to score those shots. And if we do that, we will leave this a stronger Australia and a better region. And I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you, Ross. Would you like to take just a couple of questions?
Ask the new boy. Yes. Sir.
Okay. First of all, you touched on algal blooms. That's a very topical issue, so I thought let's start with something nice and easy to answer.
Well, let's talk about the big one, Adelaide at the moment, or in South Australia. I was the one that moved for that committee to be formed up and look at that. And again, when I took Murray Bacchus, we phoned Murray's office and we did that together. So that was an idea of not scoring points on a disaster. It is an interesting line that I think it shows a sign of climate change. There are many people pointing at different things, but the surface water in Adelaide, in that bay, Spencer Gulf, is 2 degrees to 1.5 to 2 degrees warmer than it's ever been before. And people are talking about the flood flows out a couple of years ago, the nutrient loading out the mouth, and the uplift water coming up as well. Every scientist we're talking to seems it very unlikely that nutrients would sit dormant for 2 years from the Murray and then come up and cause a bloom 2 years later. I think it is a sign of climate change. I think it is a sign that sustained hazards will become more common as we go forward during this cycle. And I think we'll be working on, and we are working on, a sustained hazard package where it is not that acute bushfire, earthquake, tornado, disaster response, where we look at things we can do for sustained drama, such as drought, such as algal bloom, such as plague, where we can be out there. But we need to spend more money on monitoring, we need to spend more money on research, and we need to spend more money on our scientists to find ways to fight these things, because I think in a catchment they'll become more common over time.
One or two final questions up the back, Tim. I can't see who it is.
Paul Simmons, Mayor of Coorong Council. Ross, you've taken the thunder, Andrew, with the question. So that's our question in that nutrient load issue. I noticed this comes into the carp issue actually for us, because as you know, in early 23 we become the world's biggest stormwater drain. I thought Tim Flannery told me that wasn't going to happen, really. So our concerns in the lower lakes is that we will get all that nutrient load, carp load, whatever, and who will be there to help us at that point? I think you half answered my question.
Yeah, I think that nutrient load is a concern. If you get in the Mickey Muckle bloom at the moment, it's actually a low nutrient algal bloom. It actually feeds off the sun that other blooms can't, so that's why it's so competitive. But this is what I talk about investment. The floodwaters are an asset, not just that. You shouldn't be cleaning up the floodwaters and everything like that. We should be spending money on floodwater diversions and keep for when it's required. If we take those money, floodwaters are the ones that get the nutrients, because the river is flowing all the time. It's when the floodwaters come out. If we spend some money on infrastructure to capture some of that water, to slow the flow, to clean up and catch as much as we can before it gets to you, that is a good thing, because that is then water available to the market for different things. So I think we're just cutting corners and not spending the money on the things we should have an effective system, because we don't have a water problem, we have a water management problem. I will have a fight with you on some of the channels down your way and how they flow, but it's really a point of why should we let thousands of gigalitres of water flow through and all the nutrients to damage your environment when it can be used for better purposes upriver. I think that's a fair point.
I'm sure Ross will be around during morning tea.
Dodge question. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I'm happy to dodge questions.
I'm sure Ross will take some questions, so please take the opportunity to talk to him during morning tea. So please join me. Thank you. I will challenge one thing, and that is Ross talked about trying to achieve consensus. That's something I'm a great believer in, and I think the next speaker will actually be a terrific opportunity to talk about building consensus across the basin, because I think carp is one of the things we generally all agree on. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Bertie Haneke. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, for inviting me to talk to you today about carp and the carp biocontrol program that my office in the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry is leading. My name is Bertie Haneke, and I'm the Australian Chief Environmental Biosecurity Officer in the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries in Canberra. And my office, as I said, is leading the carp biocontrol program, which is really looking at the feasibility of using carp as a biological control agent to control carp in Australia. And as you know, these activities around the virus are in the pipeline for quite some time, and I hopefully can sort of give you a little bit of insight where the situation is up to and why it takes such a long time too. But before I start, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodian, the Wiradjuri people, as the traditional custodian of the land we're meeting on, and would like to express my respect to elders past and present, as well as every First Nation people attending here today. So, the Environmental Biosecurity Office, and that's my office within the department, works across the biosecurity system to ensure Australia's biosecurity not only protects crops and agricultural production and animals from agricultural pests, weeds and diseases, but also protects the environment. And that's from wilderness areas to local neighborhood parks, as well as our own backyards. Environmental protection has many flow-on benefits to our agricultural production systems. And for example, this is through providing ecosystem services as clean water and irrigation, climate regulations, erosion and flood control, as well as nutrient cycling, just to mention a few. And my office, is called the EBO for short, Environmental Biosecurity Office, works across a variety of areas that strengthen Australia's biosecurity system. And this is really along the places of preparing exotic environmental pest incursions, so really focusing what comes into the country, but also raising awareness for environmental biosecurity and broader biosecurity. And last but not least, we're also identifying new ways of working that strengthen Australia's biosecurity system and ensure our decisions are based on the best available science that is in front of us. We also help communities to develop better solutions to combat pest animals and weeds, and that's including First Nation people too. So the Environmental Biosecurity Office works on a range of priority projects at the moment, and some of you might be familiar with some of those. That's the avian pathogenic hive influenza, that's red imported fire ant in Queensland, but also carp, and that's what I want to talk about here today. So, the carp is one of Australia's most destructive aquatic pests, and I'm probably not telling you anything new because you see it every day within your communities. They destroy fish habitats, reduce water quality, and contribute to blue-green algae bloom. And they cause significant economic and social impacts. And Australia's climate and landscape with slow flowing and warm waters are highly favorable to carp, and that is contributing to the increasing numbers that we see in our system. Up to 90% of fish biomass in some of the Murray-Darling systems. And as we know, current carp control measures, which are managed by state and territories and landholders, are really inadequate to sustainably control carp populations at a landscape scale. That is why we started some time ago exploring biological control as a potential complementary or alternate approach. The carp virus is found overseas. It's called Cyprinid herpes virus 3 or carp virus, and causes diseases in carp that primarily affects the gills and skin. And the way that the virus might be useful to help sustainable control population at a landscape level. While the carp virus is in some countries, Australia is currently classified by the World Organization of Animal Health as free of this virus, and that's an important aspect, as there are records with the World Organization of Animal Health where viruses or diseases are. And that is important in the sense that it helps our trade in terms of some of the agricultural products. If we're free of viruses, then that gives us an advantage. But before we make a decision whether to use the carp virus as a biocontrol agent, we must really better understand how safe and effective it will be. And these are, for example, aspects like, does it impact or affect humans? Does it have an impact on other species? Will there be any impact on the environment, either directly or indirectly? And what is that extent of that impact? But then most of it is also how effective will the virus be in sustainably controlling carp. And just before we go into the work that we do, I would like to spend a little bit of time on explaining biological control in Australia. And Australia has particularly a long history of biological control, combined with a world-class biosecurity system that helps keep Australia free of many exotic pests and diseases, which give us, in a lot of ways, a trading advantage for our products that we export to overseas. We have a long, robust process in place and can look back at a strong record in developing safe and effective biocontrol programs that are based on science and safety. The development and approval process, however, as we all realize, often takes time, and it often takes more than 10 years from identifying an agent or a potential biocontrol agent to understanding the risks associated with introducing that new organism into our environment. And the ownership of that risk and that's, for example, the impact on non-target species. So in the case of carp, if there are any species that the virus would have an impact on, that risk sits with governments. And that's why a final decision for releasing a virus or introducing a new agent is with agricultural ministers around the country. So that's federal government as well, all states and territory governments too. So in 2016, the Australian government invested 15 million, as you all know, in the National Carp Control Plan to investigate the feasibility of the carp virus as a biocontrol agent. And the plan, which was managed and delivered by the Fisheries Research and Development Corporation, the FRDC, was a huge undertaking that was running from 2016 to 2022. And the plan delivered, as we probably all know, and you've seen it on the websites, it's published a highly quality research that answers many questions required to understand the virus and how it will affect the environment. The NCCP, the report itself, maintained the proposition of carp virus as a biocontrol agent. But the report also highlighted several areas requiring some more research. And there were some experts questioning the validity of the non-target species, and that's a really important aspect. You know, we don't really have clarity yet on some of the species, what impact it would have. And one of those species is Murray cod and trout, for example. And similarly, the virus efficacy is not completely understood either. And this has often flow on effects on understanding the virus epidemiology. And this is, for example, how the virus and carp population are likely to interact across the system if the virus is going to be released. And then in turn, epidemiology will influence the impact of virus release on the environment. And that means, for example, the impact on carp carcasses on water quality. That's not fully understood either. So the key recommendations from the NCCP was that some more research was needed to inform particularly regulatory risk assessments before an evidence-based decision on the virus release can be made. And that's the phase we are in at the moment, to do that final research. So that research is captured in the Carp Biocontrol program, which I call the program now. And that program is delivering in, the research, the aspects in 4 key areas. One area is research. One area is the regulatory risk assessment, as well as evidence-based decision-making and national coordination. And then last but not least, stakeholder engagement. And I will talk to you about some of those things in detail as we go along. Research was designed based on recommendations arising from the NCCP report itself, and then in close consultation with a CARB scientific advisory group and the Commonwealth regulator. And the CARB scientific advisory group is a representative body of experts from all jurisdictions, and also including specialist scientists as well as an international fish biologist. And the research is aimed to fill the knowledge gaps from the NCCP and has been classified into 7 priority research actions. The program worked with the CARB Scientific Advisory Group throughout 2024 to develop those research priority actions into a robust research plan, which was endorsed by the Environment and Invasives Committee in January this year. And that committee is a committee that sits under the National Biosecurity Committee, because we have to remember this is a biosecurity aspect that we're looking at the moment with a virus introducing a new organism in the country. So the development of the research plan, the CARB Scientific Advisory Group, was guided by 3 key considerations. And one was the knowledge gap, the knowledge needs, and that knowledge to inform the regulatory risk assessment and the evidence-based decision-making, and then the biosecurity risk, which is obtaining knowledge with an acceptable level of risk. And that means that we never will have 0 risk, but we need to understand the risk that is there so we can accept that and have mitigations potentially in place. And then last but not least, the practicability. And that's really looking at the best way to deliver the control plan, the control program within the available budget that we have and also within a timely manner. The research, as you can see here, will be delivered in 2 batches, and a larger scale and higher priority research will be delivered in the first batch. That's the main one. And that will look really at desktop studies, laboratory-based research, and address 5 of those 7 research priority activities. And then there's also, since the NCCP was released, there's also some additional literature available which will be also incorporated into the activities. Some of the research will present checkpoints as we go along that require sort of consideration if the program will continue. And that's, for example, as I said before, if the virus is likely to significantly impact on a species, that is an economically important species, that could mean that the virus is probably not going to be continued, the program will not be continued, and the program may end. An important part to understand is too the regulatory and sort of ministerial approval that we need to introduce a new species as a biocontrol agent into the country. And this research will inform that regulatory assessment to decide if the virus is safe and effective too. And this is important, as I said before, while risk can never be 0, they must be at an appropriate level to ensure environmental protection and human safety. And if this remains too high, as I said before too, the virus might not be approved to be released in the country. There's 3 Commonwealth regulatory agencies that were involved in the risk assessment, and one of them is my department, the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, DQ, that's climate change, energy, environment and water, and the APDNA. And there's also states and territories, they have their own legislations, regulations, along with their own implementation plan, should the virus be approved to be released. The ultimate decision, as I mentioned before too, is with whether the release of the virus will be made is by the agricultural minister, by all agricultural ministers. That's the agricultural minister meetings. All right, the regulatory assessment is conducted in accordance with those applicable legislations. And for the Q, for example, it's the assessment. They will comply with the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act, with their legislations. The APVMA assessment are directed by their Agricultural and Veterinary Chemicals Code Act. And my department will undertake risk assessment of the carp virus in accordance with the Biological Control Act, but as well with the Biosecurity Act. So those acts all have to be considered before the virus gets approval. We're working with them closely with those three groups, just to make sure that there is proper coordination as well as a timely completion of the assessment, because otherwise sometimes these things, as someone mentioned before, they can be dragged on. While we need to consider, we also need to consider some trading impacts which could arise from some trading partners who are concerned about the virus being in some export products if the virus is released. And that's why I mentioned before that under the World Health Organization, there's a record that Australia is free of this virus. If that changes, that could have an impact or cause some concern for some trading partners. So, governance and decision making. The program is coordinated through three working groups. I mentioned before, it's the CARP Scientific Advisory Group that they provide really technical and scientific advice to the program. And then we have the Environment and Invasives Committee, CARP Task Group. They provide policy advice. And last but not least, we have the CARP Implementation Working Group. And that is, we're currently in the process of establishing that working group. And the purpose of that working group is really to develop a high-level implementation plan. And this group will also include expert representation from all jurisdictions, relevant impact stakeholder groups, and relevant experts. But that's really looking at the time when the virus is released. So we have prepared and planning for how it all can be rolled out, because that's really involving landholders, broader communities, and also state and territory governments. And the government will also consult with impacted and interest parties ahead of the decision by the Agricultural Minister meeting. So there's a broad consultation process as we go along, which is really important to keep the community informed too. The program has a clear governance structure that will inform that minister's decision. And in deciding whether to approve the virus, the minister will need to be assured that the virus is safe to use and implementation can be undertaken to manage risks and negative impact to an acceptable level, as I said before. The virus is likely to be effective in sustainably controlling carp population at a landscape level, and there's a net benefit to release the virus, and it is in their national interest. So talking about engagement, and we totally understand that there are different views on the virus release, and they vary across the country and across the community. The program will be supported by regularly and broader stakeholder and community engagement such as this, including experts and community consultations throughout the program as we go forward. We are committing to a transparent and accountable approach to delivering the program, and recognize that this is an important part of the decision-making process too. So the timeline, the research that is underway, the risk assessment and the national coordination stakeholder engagement is to be completed in 2028. And as I noted before, there is research that is delivered in 2 batches, and with a high priority of the large-scale research delivered in the batch number 1. I also noted that there are several checkpoints throughout the program requiring a decision on whether the carp virus as a biocontrol agent remains viable, and depending on the outcome of the research and the risk assessment. As I said, we will keep stakeholders informed and engaged throughout the process, and that's a really important part of it. The story will not end with the biocontrol program, and further work will be required, including ultimate decisions by the Australian Agricultural Ministers meeting, whether to improve the virus for use as a biocontrol agent, and also a jurisdictional process as part of the broader implementation plan. The implementation, the completion of the work that we are doing is, as I said before, is supported by the establishment of an implementation planning working group. And that working group will deliver high-level implementation plan that will provide particular information on the national significant environmental matters and cultural values, potentially at risk from the virus release. They will look at the assessment of the nature and the extent of that potential risk to those environmental matters and cultural values, and also look at the management actions that can be taken to manage those risks to an acceptable level. If the virus is approved for release as a biocontrol agent, further work will be needed by jurisdictions and landholders to plan and prepare for the deployment. So that means for pushing it out into the environment and particularly into areas where it's probably highly effective, and in other areas where it's better to wait because the conditions are not right. So the carp virus, if approved as a future release, presents us really with a rare window of opportunities to alter our aquatic ecosystems and shift them to a healthier state. But the magnitude of impact and environmental benefits and for how long, it's not really clear yet. And there are many variables and different climate conditions affecting part of the river system at a different rates. And one of the examples is what I want to bring up is the calicivirus for rabbit. As we know, when it's released, there is a big impact in that sort of first initial phase, but a lot of the viruses, and with calicivirus in particular, they lose their strain over time, and then new virus strains have to be brought in to make it effective. Again, we don't know how that will work out potentially with the carp virus. But at the end of the day, success hinges on coordinated action, and this is habitat restoration and native fish stocking and river management have to all align up with the release of the virus if it's then approved. This is not just a Commonwealth initiative, and it's a collective effort that involves every stakeholder that has a role in shaping healthier and more resilient system. Thank you for the time to listen to me, and there are some information here in terms of you can contact our office if you have any questions, but also a QR code to get you to the website where all the information about the carp biological control program is published. And we're trying to keep that up to date just to keep the community involved and informed. But we're also more than happy to talk to you at any community event that you have where you might find it useful for us to talk to the broader community, to give them that information where we're up to with the virus biocontrol and keep them informed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Before you leave the stage, and we've got morning tea coming, just a couple of quick fire questions, if I may.
Yeah.
So, some questions have been coming in thick and fast. What role do you see for industry-led solutions alongside biological controls for European carp removal?
Industry-based solutions.
Yes, in other words, how can they help?
Yeah, they are, and again, that's not necessarily part of the biocontrol program because we are focusing really on the risk of that biocontrol agent. But there are a range of other opportunities in terms of what I hear is harvesting carp to turn it into fertilizer. So there are a range of other aspects that probably industry can look at. But that's not really my area of expertise, and I don't want to speculate on those ones either.
Thank you. Thanks, Bertie. Good government is concerned about biosecurity, but we would never have gone to the moon or invented entered cars if we took this not fully understood approach. So I think this is about risk-based.
Yeah. And that's an important point. And as you all know, and it always comes up as an example, the cane toll, for example, when that was released without really looking at all these risk assessments, and that triggered Australia to develop really a system that helps us to understand those risks. And as I said before, the risk is never zero, so there will be always a risk with releasing any new organism into the environment. But that risk lies with government. And the track record that we have a lot of biological control programs on weeds, the calicivirus, on rabbits, and none of them, because there's such a strong process and risk assessment in place, have ever had any impact on non-target species. And that's a good track record that Australia is keen to maintain. And New Zealand is in a very similar situation, and we are in an island state, so that gives us that advantage to maintain that.
Thanks, Bertie. What countries are concerned about trade if we release the virus?
Well, I don't have the countries in front of me, but there are some trading partners that would look at any virus that is present in Australia and look at it how, for example, the marine, the fishing, aquatic industry, they would carefully look at this and say, how does it affect our export? So they will carefully look at that and, will then see what needs to be done. And again, it's all about proper information. If we provide them the information that it wouldn't affect those particular aquatic species, then that will be fine, and so it won't be an issue. But that concern is there to start with.
Thank you. Are there any detailed studies on natural methods of carp control other than the carp herpesvirus?
I'm not familiar with that either. As I said, we're only looking at the carp virus, bringing a new organism into the country. But there, as you know, there are a lot of other mechanisms and tools in the box to manage carp. If I would make a sort of a controversial statement, I would probably say that because in 2016 the announcement was made about the virus, people believe that was the silver bullet. It's not the silver bullet, and I think, but what it triggered was probably less investment in all these other tools that we have available. So I think if you want to turn that around, my suggestion would be to focus on some of those other tools like increased native fish release, all these other things that probably can help if we strengthen them down the track.
Thank you. There's a couple of questions about the length of time it's taken. So given that, CSIRO did the research back in 2006, so I guess the key question is, why has it taken almost 20 years to get this far?
Yeah, that is true. And as I said, some of these biocontrol programs, they take a long time. And part of this is that we have never, and I can't remember if it's done around the world, never released a virus into a freshwater system. That's part of it too. And that's why the risk assessment that is underway really needs to be as sure as we can be that when we release it into a freshwater system, that it will not impact on any systems or any species that we don't want to have the impact on. And the point is that if we release the virus even in some areas remotely, the genie will be out of the box. And if we don't know what the genie does, we can't put it back into the box. And I think that's really a sort of a good explanation how to sort of get it across.
I like the description. I think this is a key question on the minds of a lot of people. Basically, if the virus is approved for release and is effective, how is it planned to remove the biomass? Can the biomass be used to produce certain other products, compost, etc.?
Then that's a really good question too, and some of it has been addressed in the National Carp Control Plan, but that's also part of the implementation plan that we need to look at. There's still some questions around, how do we deal with carp carcasses? And that needs involvement by the states, the broader community and landholders. So we have really a coordinated approach of this, and that's part of that implementation planning.
Thank you. This one is interesting. I think it's more of a statement than a question. The use of cane toads to remove the cane beetle was thought to be thought out, scientifically approved biological control measure. It's not a question, it's a statement, so I guess it proves your point.
I think, if I can just add to that, it was not a thought through process because it was made by the cane growers in Queensland. It was not a process that was really going through a proper risk assessment.
Thank you. Shari?
Thank you for your talk this morning. I was just wondering, say the political will is there, what is the timing on this? I think the community really wants to know that if you could, say all of the checks, end up where they should be, how long will it take until a decision is made about this program?
Yeah, and that's often a really critical point, and I heard the sort of noises in the community, in the group when I said 2028. That's the current assessment that we have. And the reason for this is that all those regulatory risk assessments that are done by the different agencies, they just need to go through those processes. But what we're trying to do by speeding it up is really working with them to say, what answers, what questions do you have, and what information do you need to actually inform your risk assessment. So we work in parallel with them, and that hopefully will speed that process up. And so currently our estimate when all that work is done is 2028, and then that will follow by the agricultural ministers to give their final approval. But again, that's the time we sort of estimated, and hopefully we can stick to that.
And just another question, sorry. And how much do you think it's going to cost?
Well, as I said before, there was 15 million invested into that program in 2016. There's still some money available to do the final research activities that we currently do. And so we hope to stick within that envelope of 15 million when the final decision is made. But there's no funding yet allocated to the implementation. So that's not part of this currently 15 million.
Do you have a number? Sorry.
For the implementation?
Yes.
No, we don't.
Do you have a guess?
No, I wouldn't have a guess.
Well, Bertie will be around
Yeah.
this morning. He'll be at the National Carp Control Plan booth just down here. So please, I'm sure there are a lot more questions, but there have been some really good ones already. Please join me in thanking Dr. Bertie Henry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bertie, for that fascinating presentation. I think it's something that we all feel passionately about. It's one of the things that I guess we can achieve some consensus. It unifies the basin. So please don't forget the card. If you would like to fill that out, drop it into the NDA booth. And it's now time for morning tea. Please be back here 10:30. Thank you.
It's an interesting topic. You get exposed to a lot of I don't know, Mark, is it anything, are you working with your CRC? What's the research? I'll just look us up on sorry. Yeah. Lovely to talk to you.
They are on YouTube.
On YouTube. So,
I think the title is I think it's just 2025 National Conference MDA. MDA, I think.
okay. I can't find it off of it.
Yeah.
I Yes.
That's what I'm telling you. Build that. We're gonna go 10 meters. Yeah.
So each person will get a few minutes.
You've got two mics on me, two mics back in the crowd, or three up there, just one up.
Three up there.
I'll get them. Yes.
When you're ready.
Yeah, it's easy.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please resume your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please resume your seats.
Tim, this is your question mark.
Ladies and gentlemen, please resume your seats and we'll get going. Okay, I decided some people have to leave early because they have a plane to catch, so I thought I would do this sooner rather than later. So, we have some beautiful hampers provided by Griffith, the tourism hub. So thank you on behalf of everyone from Griffith. Thank you for providing this opportunity. So the first is a hamper, which is lots of food and local produce and goodies. And Andrew Cassabaum. Andrew, congratulations. The next hamper is a lovely selection of wines, Calabria wines from local area, and it's Mark. Oh no, that's not the camera. Sorry, I'm not allowed. So Wendy Wilk. Wendy, are you in the room? Congratulations, Wendy. And this one's got my name on it as well. Oh no, it's Robert Hoddle. Congratulations, Robert. Robert. And thank you again to Griffith for providing those lovely hampers. Got a very interesting session coming up, and it's about, again, continuing the theme of alternate view, but we've got three very special people to talk about the basin governance, an alternate perspective. I haven't seen Steph yet, but Steph Cook, if she's in the room. Oh, there you are, Steph, I didn't see her, I beg your pardon. Steph Cook, the Honourable Nicola Centfanti from South Australia. So Steph Cook, the Shadow Minister for Water in New South Wales. Nicola Centfanti, the Shadow Water Minister in South Australia. And Helen Dalton, Independent Member for Murray. So could I welcome all three up on the stage, please, to join me. And Nicola, thank you. Thank you for joining me. And is Helen in the room? Coming? Okay. Well, I was going to, I think Steph is going to go first. So what this is going to be a panel session. So we'll get to the questions as soon as we can. But really, this is an opportunity to, I guess, each person can present themselves. So I'm going to ask each panel member to come up and really present for a few minutes just their perspective, and then we'll get into the Q&A as soon as we can. So can I ask Steph, would you like to go first?
Well, good morning, everyone. It is lovely to be back here in Griffith with you all today for what is my third Murray-Darling Basin Association conference. And I really love being here in Griffith, if for no other reason than it allows me to travel the 300 kilometres west from the east of my own electorate of Cootamundra right through to here in Griffith, uninterrupted, and seeing the beautiful landscape and all importantly, the agriculture sector really thriving at this time of the year. And we hope that it continues right through to harvest at the end of the year. So today's theme of basin collaboration strikes at the heart of what makes water policy so challenging yet so important. Water connects everything that we do. It underpins agriculture, environmental health, our communities, our culture, and our state's ability to grow and house, feed and clothe our population. Yet too often the debate is framed as if we must choose between farmers or the environment, between consultation or action, between meeting today's needs or planning for tomorrow. My message today is that our real task is balance. Developing balanced priorities and policies, and investing our money into projects that will support our communities, sustain our environment, without sacrificing one for the other. For all of you in the room, you will know this historically as the triple bottom line, and we need to return to putting that at the centre of our decision making and our actions. To do that, we must change the narrative. We need to first acknowledge what has already been achieved in water recovery. Over 2,100 gigalitres each year of bridging the gap water has already been secured. As of June 2025, more than 1,200 gigalitres have been recovered through direct water purchases. The goals for the Southern Basin, where we are, have been met. And in the Northern Basin, just 7 gigalitres remain outstanding. But none of this has come without a cost. It has been achieved because the Murray-Darling communities have given up water vital to their livelihoods. Farmers have also invested enormous time and resources into on-farm and off-farm irrigation infrastructure, contributing around 650 gigalitres yearly. As a result, irrigation water use has fallen by 20%, which is an extraordinary shift by any measure. And yet, amid all of these sacrifices and environmental achievements, the federal and state governments remain silent. Not once have our communities genuinely been acknowledged for their role in improving environmental outcomes while sustaining the nation's food and fibre. Instead, we hear a growing narrative that casts water use for production in a sinister light, ignoring the fact that water in the hands of our farmers is what guarantees food security, clothing, and livelihoods across this nation. Governments cannot hope to deliver balanced policies, the triple bottom line, that support industries, communities, and the environment, while failing to acknowledge the very people who make this possible. Local decision-making is how we tackle this. Regional people, our people, are best placed to understand critical human needs, but also the realities of the local environment. Earlier this year, the New South Wales government produced the so-called wetlands maps to support its water sharing plans. The result? It was a disaster in accuracy. Buildings, mountaintops, table drains, someone's tennis court, places that clearly aren't wetlands were mistakenly mapped as such. Lake Centenary, which is an artificial water body created by the Temora Shire Council nearly 50 years ago, was even listed as a natural wetland. In combination with the buildings at the adjacent FarmLink Agricultural Research Station, It was an embarrassment. This is just one example of why decisions must be grounded in local knowledge, not imposed from afar. To propose legislation that impacts our communities without ever setting foot on the ground is bureaucracy at its worst. And it is a growing practice by city-centric governments that must be called out. I can say with absolute confidence that I have learned far more from visiting basin communities like Griffith than I could ever in the halls of the New South Wales Parliament. The truth is simple. Government only makes its best decisions when we are genuinely in touch with the people we serve. And that means decision makers must be present on the ground, sustaining ongoing dialogue with communities, investigating environmental concerns on the ground rather than through a screen, and responding to matters in an engaged and informed way. And bombarding communities with repeated calls for consultation is also not the answer. In fact, it's wearing down trust without delivering any real change. Repetition without results is not meaningful engagement. It's bureaucratic box ticking at the community's expense. Genuine solutions come from listening deeply once and acting decisively. Securing balanced and meaningful outcomes for both basin communities and the environment takes courage, as well as a willingness to invest significantly in the infrastructure that underpins water security and relieves pressure on our river systems. And I'll digress at this moment to give a shout out to Chris Roylance and the Wyangla Dam project, which I have spoken about at this conference previously, and is yet just one example of major visionary infrastructure that we desperately need right across New South Wales. But one of the biggest barriers New South Wales faces right now is a reluctance to move beyond the planning stage. Take Wilcannia as an example. Back in 2022, the former state and federal governments committed $70 million for a new 5-metre gated weir with a fishway, a design widely supported across the community. It was intended to replace the ageing infrastructure and provide the town with reliable water security for the future. Fast forward to December 2023, when the current government released a new plan for a 4-metre fixed crest weir. The response was swift and unanimous, from the local Aboriginal community to councils, irrigators and townspeople alike. The new design fell well short of what had been promised and disregarded important cultural and community needs. After I met with stakeholders, I urged the New South Wales Water Minister to do the same, and to her credit, she did. But instead of progressing the project, the Minister appointed yet another expert panel to review the design. That panel reported back in May, effectively recommending a return to something very close to the original design, and yet another round of consultation. And the result is 2 years lost, 2 years in which the people of Wilcannia remain without water security infrastructure they need to withstand the next drought. This is what happens when decisions are made in an echo chamber. In the echo chamber of Macquarie Street, rather than in partnership with communities who live with the consequences. It reflects a government more comfortable with reviews and reports than with action, and a lack of courage needed to get the ball rolling. Before I wrap up today, I want to touch on something critical to the viability of Murray-Darling Basin communities, which is town water security. When politicians talk about housing targets, regional areas, rural and remote areas are often left out of the conversation. And when governments announce sweeping housing reforms or large investments, the essential water infrastructure to support those homes is not adequately accounted for. Most regional communities are caught between a rock and a hard place. The urgent need to deliver housing to attract workers and grow local economies, and the equally urgent need to replace ageing water infrastructure that threatens the quality and safety of drinking water. Neither is acceptable, particularly from governments that are claiming housing and water security as their highest priorities. Recently, the New South Wales Government released its response to the Productivity and Equity Commission report into the funding models for local water utilities. Disturbingly, it offered no real commitments, only 3 more reviews to be undertaken over the next 2 years. Worse still, the government continues to refuse topping up the Safe and Secure Water Program, despite an estimated $3 to $5 billion worth of town water and sewer projects on the backlog across regional New South Wales. The former government recognised this need. That's why we established the program and invested $1.1 billion into it. Compare that to the $15 million the current Water Minister recently announced, a paltry amount when we consider towns like Narrandera, just up the road, who need double that alone to address their water security issues. I leave you with these final remarks today. Many of you in this room know that I have always maintained and will continue to maintain an open door policy. I genuinely believe that we get the best outcomes when we work in a bipartisan way and across the Parliament. To that extent, I continue my very best to work with the New South Wales Government and with other members of the New South Wales Parliament. From my perspective as the Shadow Water Minister in New South Wales, it is absolutely vital to me that the policies I bring forward truly reflect the needs of communities who bear the consequences when governments get it wrong. I am proud to represent a regional seat here in New South Wales, just a few kilometres away. I am proud to serve the people that I serve. I am proud of the industries that sustain us and honoured to hold a role that allows me to advocate for better outcomes for basin communities who share the same values as the communities of the Cootamundra electorate that I am so proud to represent. I keep returning to places like Griffith because it's your feedback and your lived experience which shapes good policy. I am sincerely grateful for opportunities like today to connect with you all, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Steph. Now can I turn over to Nicholas Infante, the South Australian Shadow Water Minister, to make a few remarks.
Thanks, Mark, and thanks to the MDA for having me along today, and good morning to all my colleagues, friends and fellow basin community representatives. Look, as a Riverland girl, it's an absolute privilege to join you here today at this important national gathering. As we all know, the Murray-Darling Basin is not just a water system. It is the lifeblood of our communities, of industry, and of course, of our environment. And it connects us across 4 states and 1 territory, and it demands collaboration, it demands cooperation, and it demands trust if it's to be managed fairly and sustainably. And I really enjoyed the theme of the current conference because the South Australian Opposition's position on the Murray-Darling Basin Plan is anchored in a simple but pretty powerful principle, and that is one of collaboration. Collaboration between governments, industries, scientists, irrigators, and of course, local communities. Collaboration isn't optional. It is the only way forward. And South Australia has always been, I think, a fierce defender of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. And as Ross said earlier, the plan is not perfect, but it is the best national framework we have to balance environmental needs with the social and economic well-being of basin communities. Our position as the opposition in South Australia is clear, that outcomes must be achieved through collaboration, not imposition, and that decisions must reflect both the voices of basin communities and the evidence of science, and that we back water efficiency projects over blanket buybacks because we know and understand that water efficiency projects deliver environmental benefits while sustaining communities, industries and local economies. Buybacks might deliver numbers on a spreadsheet, but water efficiency projects deliver outcomes on the ground. And so the first pillar I just wanted to touch on regarding our approach is collaboration with basin communities. And I think time and time again, we hear from irrigators, councils, growers and businesses that they feel that decisions that are made in Canberra or in South Australia in the City of Adelaide without their input. And that must change because it is one thing to consult, but it is an entirely different thing to listen. And we must also acknowledge that local government plays a critical role in water planning and community resilience. And councils deal with the direct impact of water shortages, drought and flooding. Yet they are too often excluded from formal decision making. And we believe local councils really do deserve a seat at the table alongside federal and state governments. And industry voices too must be heard. From riverland grape growers to mallee irrigators to dairy farmers, in fact, industries right across the basin corridor, their livelihoods depend on water security. Many of the people here in this room, your livelihoods depend on water security. And when this industry is left out of those conversations, trust in that basin plan quickly becomes eroded. The second pillar I want to talk about is collaboration with our environment. We've got to get smarter with how we utilise environmental water, and the sustainable diversion limit adjustment mechanisms, or SIDLMs as they're often referred to. Those projects are designed to make smarter use of the water we already have by reducing evaporation, managing environmental water more efficiently and removing flow constraints to get water to where it is needed most. And in particular, the supply projects I think are vital. Works like new or upgraded regulators, weirs and operating rules that allow us to achieve the same or better environmental outcomes with less water. They are about doing things smarter, not just taking more water out of production. And I say this because I actually know this firsthand. As a Riverland girl, I live in Winky, and I live above the Cataracto floodplain, where one of these projects have been implemented. And I've seen with my own eyes the way that these infrastructure works can deliver water to wetlands and floodplains in a controlled, targeted way, supporting fish life, supporting bird life, and supporting vegetation, without taking large volumes of water away from irrigators and from communities. And these projects demonstrate that when we invest in smart infrastructure, we can have healthy rivers and stronger communities. And that is why I believe the SIDLM projects are so important. They are practical, they're efficient, and they deliver the environmental outcomes that we all want without unfairly disadvantaging the people who live and work in basin communities. And the third pillar, probably the most controversial one, is collaboration across governments and jurisdictions. And we all know that the Murray-Darling Basin Plan is a national agreement, and it succeeds only if every state and territory plays their part. And that means no state walking away from its commitments and no community left to carry a disproportionate burden. And we also know that there are tensions. That is normal between upstream and downstream states, between consumptive use and environmental flows. The only way, though, through all of this is honest negotiation and cooperative federalism. And the opposition will, my opposition in South Australia, we will always hold the South Australian government to account to make sure that our state's voice is strong. But not just strong, it's got to be constructive and it's got to be consistent. We will always look to the future in our decision making. But looking to the future, I believe, is only really possible if we first acknowledge the lessons of the past, because it is our history that gives us the roots, the resilience, the knowledge and the inspiration to build on what comes next. And for many of you that don't know me, I'd just like to read out a small section of my maiden speech, which I delivered in the South Australian Parliament back in 2022, to share with you a bit about my history. And it goes as such. At the end of World War II, the government opened up land for war service settlers for fruit growers. And in those days, irrigation was by channels and furrows. And after the 1956 flood, irrigators needed to relocate to higher ground. And it was during this period that 3 Riverland fruit growers and an engineer teamed up to devise a workable system, beginning with the laying of galvanised pipes to concrete mainlines, known as the Golden Heights Irrigation Scheme. This innovative concept of land utilisation resulted in Waikerie horticulturalists having the infrastructure for more efficient water use and better crop production. And the project spawned the establishment of household brands such as Berry, Nippies, Angos and Angus Park. And this efficient and progressive scheme has been duplicated all around the country. And Mr. President, I tell you this for 2 reasons. Firstly, to illustrate that a good idea, collaborative effort and a strong work ethic can achieve results. And secondly, because 2 of those men were my grandfathers, Rex Coates and Jack Andrew. The third, my great uncle, Rex Andrew, and I'm extremely proud of this. And the engineer, Bill Pollitt, died in Waikerie in 2013, aged 100. And as Marcus Garvey once said, a person without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. And I firmly stand by that. As leaders, I think whether in government or in our communities, we have a responsibility to pass on that knowledge, to help the next generation understand where they've come from and how history can guide them in shaping the future. I believe in individual responsibility, but I also believe in the power of communities. And government should never seek to control or dictate, it should enable. Our role is to create the conditions where people can thrive, where communities are trusted to make their own decisions, and where innovation is encouraged and supported. And that is the foundation of good democracy. And that is how we will continue to face the challenges of the future by empowering people, not replacing them. And looking forward, there are several pressing challenges that demand our attention if we're to secure the future of the Murray-Darling Basin and the communities who depend on it. When we look at the challenges ahead for the Murray-Darling Basin, one of the biggest issues we face is how to deliver on the commitments of the plan in a way that is fair, sustainable and achievable. And it appears the momentum behind many of the earlier water efficiency projects has waned, despite their popularity in regional communities. And these projects are not only practical, but they give irrigators confidence that we can achieve environmental outcomes without tearing the heart out of our communities. Yet, currently I think the Commonwealth doesn't appear to have provided the support or applied the pressure needed for states to deliver. And the deadline for bringing forward new projects have now elapsed. So what we need now is a refocus, a genuine commitment to getting back on track, working cooperatively and designing programs that are achievable on the ground. Instead, unfortunately, what we are seeing is a sudden rush to suck 450 gigalitres out of the consumptive pool right at the very end of the plan. And we have to be honest about what that means. The basin's planned target of 450 gigalitres is measured in long-term cap equivalents, not direct water entitlements. And in practice, some estimates suggest that around 700 gigalitres of productive water may be needed to be recovered to deliver this volume. And just for context, 700 gigalitres is approximately the total amount of irrigation water applied in South Australia every year. To attempt to strip that volume of water from production would be devastating, absolutely devastating for irrigators, devastating for regional economies, devastating for the communities who rely on them. But most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, devastating for food security. We must acknowledge that a sudden reduction of this scale would not just hurt individual farmers, it will ripple right through our regions. Schools, small businesses, local services all depend on the strength of irrigated agriculture. And our city colleagues may be ignorant to the fact that we all depend on the strength of irrigated agriculture to sustain us. But that is a fact. And a blunt last-minute grab for water risks undermining decades of work to build resilience in our nation. That is why we should be exploring alternative approaches to ease the transition. And one option that has been put forward is the idea of a water bank, where a pool of transferable water is leased from irrigators and effectively managed flexibly, directed to the environment in dry years or to productive use when conditions allow. Approaches like this would help us move gradually towards a lower water use future while avoiding the sudden shocks that would otherwise be disastrous for industry and for communities. The future challenges are real, but they cannot be met with short-term fixes or blunt instruments. They require careful planning, cooperation between all levels of government, and above all, an approach that balances the environment with food security and the survival and prosperity of our basin communities. Because, friends, as we all know, the Murray-Darling Basin is more than a plan, it is a promise. It's a promise to our farmers that they'll have a future, a promise to the environment that it will be cared for, but a promise to our communities that they will not be left behind. And so, in closing, the South Australian Opposition stands ready to work with all of you, industry, councils, government and communities, because collaboration is not just the theme today, it's our path to a future for the basin, for our people and for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you, Nicola. And now can I turn to Helen Dalton, Independent Member for Murray. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you and welcome to those that have travelled great distances to be here. This is my hometown. My family farm about 38 kilometres east of here. So we're both dryland and irrigation farmers. So we're all about farming. And of course, Griffith, for those that don't know, is a purpose-built irrigation area, as is Leeton and the surrounds. So 85% of the state's food comes out of my electorate. So we are very, very important. So I'd like to start by thanking the Murray-Darling Association for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. The official title of my speech, according to the program, is Murray, an Alternative Perspective. And I note that other speakers have also been invited to make speeches from their alternative perspectives. So to start off, perhaps let's think about these words, alternative perspectives. It's another way of saying some people see something one way and some people see the exact same thing a different way. Same facts, different opinions. I strongly believe that the single biggest challenge facing the Murray-Darling Basin is that we don't listen to everyone's perspective and that some voices are allowed to be heard while others have been silenced. Politics has played a big part in the selection of those voices. Politics has distorted who should be given a voice and who should be silenced. And the problem with the political decisions is that too often they aren't based on facts. They are not based in the real world. Instead, a lot of political decisions are based on political calculations. That can lead to the wrong kinds of questions being asked and the wrong perspectives being promoted. Politicians should be asking, what's right for Australia? Or what's right for the people of the Murray-Darling Basin? Or what's right for the people of the Murray electorate? But instead, too often they ask, what will get me or my party more political power? When it comes to the Murray-Darling Basin, too many politicians ask themselves, how much do I need to sell out the Murray-Darling Basin communities so that my political party can win city-based electorates and therefore the next state or federal election. This is the political calculation that has been killing Murray-Darling Basin communities for decades. And these calculations must stop now. The Murray-Darling Basin is proof that political calculations don't add up to the real world. And the political calculations certainly don't add up in the lives of real people. Feel-good policies that win votes from poorly informed city-based voters will continue to destroy Australia's Murray-Darling Basin unless we change what we are doing. False environmental and cultural promises might make for easy political slogans, but they lead to terrible practices. Irrigation communities in the Murray-Darling Basin must never be sold out like they are being at the moment. And the worst thing is that many politicians don't even know the value of the very thing that they are currently selling out. Politicians at all levels, federal, state and local. So let's start with the basics. Agricultural exports in Australia are worth $71.4 billion to our economy every year. Of that $71.4 billion, an average of $26 billion comes from the Murray-Darling Basin. That's more than 1 in every $3 in agricultural production coming from the Murray-Darling Basin. So if the government is foolish enough or reckless enough to destroy the Murray-Darling Basin completely, they will also be blowing up the Australian economy. Put simply, without the irrigation areas of regional Australia, there can be no Australia. Take cotton, for example, 90% of which is grown in the Murray-Darling Basin. That one commodity alone is worth $2.9 billion. Almost 100% of Australia's rice is grown here, and 74% of Australia's wine grapes also comes from the Murray-Darling Basin irrigation regions. Imagine what Australia would lose if we lost those irrigation areas. And behind the numbers, there are the human stories. Our irrigation communities provide desperately needed jobs on farms and in towns. We must never forget that for every 100 jobs in irrigation, another 125 jobs are created locally to support the irrigation industry. That's a job multiplier of more than double. Very few other Australian industries can make that claim. Citrus, wine, rice, poultry, feedlots, on and on it goes. They all need one thing, and that thing is water. But by failing to run sensible, evidence-based water policies in our irrigation regions, we are destroying one of Australia's great economic powerhouses. And that's not an exaggeration. The benefits to Australia that our irrigation regions bring are extraordinary. Let's start with food security. A nation that cannot feed itself risks becoming a beggar, dependent on the whims of other nations. That might seem okay in times of international stability, but who amongst us is banking on international stability in the coming years? Not me. And then we have the cost of living pressures. I'm not sure how many of you watched the AFL Grand Final last Saturday, but 4 million Australians did. And during Channel 7's broadcast, a number of young children who were part of the AFL Auskick program were interviewed. These children were in the draw to win $5,000 from the National Australia Bank, and they were being asked by the interviewer what they would spend the money on if they won it. What millions of Australians saw was heartbreaking. You see, one little girl, when she was asked that question, said she would give some of the money to charity and then she would give some of the money to her parents to buy groceries because grocery prices are out of control at the moment. That's what she said. This little girl could not have been more than 10 years old. You can imagine the kinds of conversations this little girl is hearing at home. What pressures are her parents under? And I can tell you, millions of Australians are under the exact same pressures. Now imagine what would happen to the cost of living if the $26 billion in agricultural activity in the Murray-Darling Basin disappeared. What would that little girl be thinking and feeling then? And speaking of children, healthier food means healthier kids and healthier adults too, for that matter. So where does the healthiest foods in Australia come from? That's right, our irrigation regions such as the Murray-Darling Basin. Australian irrigation is also the backbone of our exports. Australian irrigation plays a huge role in helping to feed and clothe the world, it's essential to the Australian economy. This fact is too easily forgotten. We have to remind people more, so I'm reminding you now. Now, getting back to the human stories, we also need to appreciate how all these jobs I was talking about earlier help facilitate social cohesion. More and more people are moving to regional areas in search of a better life. Strong regional economies help create strong regional communities. So if we want Australians to be able to find better lives in regional Australia, we must protect and support regional economies by supporting irrigation. Our irrigation regions also play a vital role in protecting Australia's environmental resilience. Too often, irrigation areas are falsely portrayed as being bad for the environment, especially by politicians who are cynically and dishonestly chasing votes in city electorates. But the opposite is true. In the land of droughts and flooding rains, we must never forget that irrigation infrastructure provides a desperately needed buffer. In times of trouble, irrigation regions provide a much needed safety net. With sensible government water policies, irrigation areas like the Murray-Darling Basin can help Australians get through what would be otherwise devastating droughts and devastating floods. So here is my perspective. It's time to stop vilifying irrigation communities. Without irrigation communities in regional Australia, there would be no Australia. Political calculations must end, and instead we need sensible, evidence-based policies that support our irrigation communities. If Australia wants to be a food producer and not a food beggar, if Australia wants a strong economy, if Australia wants to protect our nation from international instability, if Australia wants to be healthy, if Australia wants strong, cohesive regional communities, and if Australia wants that little girl at the AFL Grand Final to stop worrying about the cost of groceries, then we must change the way we deal with water in order to protect and foster irrigation regions like the Murray-Darling Basin. That's our perspective in the New South Wales Murray seat right here in our electorate. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Helen, and thank you to all of our panel members for sharing their perspective. We have about 15 minutes for questions, so happy to take them from the floor. Here's your opportunity to ask questions from the floor or via Slido. Tim, first of all, we've got Greg from Warren.
Greg White, the Region 10 from Warren, the Macquarie Valley. I'll make a scenario, and ladies, I appreciate your talk. Public infrastructure for water, I think is lacking. We've seen irrigators get more efficient water use efficiencies in cropping, water use efficiencies in their channels and operations. Public infrastructure hasn't evolved. The scenario, there's an open channel that feeds from the Macquarie that feeds Nyngan and Cobar lines. The open channel runs at about 47% loss. The pipeline from Cobar, from Nyngan to Cobar, also is under stress. Parts of it have been done. Parts of it haven't been done because environmental offsets to that have made things more expensive and can't be done. We talk about the Warrangla Dam. that business case was shown down by environmental offsets. Public infrastructure and the way environmental water is moved around the country is just inefficient, and because business and irrigators look after water like gold, and I think the public is lacking in infrastructure, like you said, with the well Canada River. You've got comments?
I totally agree with what you're saying. I think there's been two schools of thought in that irrigators have been, we're very, very efficient. We count every drop. And yet we've got the government with environmental water that doesn't count every drop. We've got lagging infrastructure, as you've said, and that you've highlighted some of those things. And the sad fact and reality is the $13 billion plan for the Murray-Darling Basin has run out of money. I don't think there's too much there. And we've got so much to do. So not only do we have the infrastructure that we should be looking at, the existing one, but also we should be looking at building further storages for flood mitigation and for drought, because we've got a growing population. We should be looking at the weirs. We should be looking at carb control and thermal pollution. We should be looking at a whole lot of stuff, fish ladders. But we've squandered those opportunities, and that's, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, whether the government is going to borrow further or how this is all going to go. But it's been, I consider it an opportunity lost, where we desperately need the infrastructure, and I think Steph's mentioned with town water as well. I know Moama is one of the fastest growing towns in New South Wales, and they are desperate to have water and sewage upgrades. Right through my electorate, the water quality is terrible. We have a very, very long way to go.
Completely agree with Helen. I think in terms of the on-farm water infrastructure projects and the programs, we've actually done quite well with the on-farm. It's the off-farm. And you're dead right, whether you're talking about SIDLAND projects, whether we're talking about town water, there hasn't been nearly as enough investment in our water infrastructure. In South Australia, it's funny, I'll always speak to people about SA Water. It's the corporation that we've got obviously in South Australia looking after our water infrastructure. And it makes a pretty decent profit every year, about 250 million. That goes back into general revenue. The amount of people that raise their eyes and say, "You're kidding me," it goes back into general revenue. We should be using that funding every day of the week to go back into maintenance and into improving off-farm water infrastructure, in my view. So, yeah, there's a long way to go. There's an absolute long way to go. But I think we need to ensure that going forward, with this plan, we need to get it back on track. And I think doing these water infrastructure projects, water efficiency projects, water infrastructure projects to reduce the waste through evaporation is absolutely key going forward.
I'll just make a couple of remarks noting what's already been said, which is very hard to dispute. If only our state and federal governments had embraced investment in water infrastructure with the same level of enthusiasm as they have buybacks. We have got infrastructure backlogs. I don't know how we're ever going to get on top of it. In fact, recently at New South Wales budget estimates, we asked the department what is the backlog for New South Wales in terms of town water infrastructure across water and sewage, and they had no idea. They told us to go back to the local councils. And so we've got a government that doesn't even have a grip on the problem that we're facing, that we need addressing. So yes, and that pipeline not proceeding for your communities was incredibly disappointing. Just in the same way that the killing off of the Wyangla dam wall raising project for the communities along the Lachlan Valley with more than 80% support was incredibly disappointing. And the final remark I would make in relation to this question is that we need to see a review, or not a review, we need to change the way the biodiversity offsets are applied to critical public infrastructure like water. Now, you mentioned the biodiversity offsets issue in relation to the pipeline for Wyangla Dam, for a project that was about 1.4 billion, which is a lot of money in and of itself. I'm not backing away from that. But the biodiversity offsets allocated against that project was $2.2 billion reportedly. I mean, that's ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous. And councils in this room will be facing those issues, not just in relation to water infrastructure, but public works infrastructure right across their local government areas. So these things need to be considered in tandem, in my view, and where we have projects that are clearly critical to the future of a community, like water, there needs to be a different approach. That's pretty obvious.
Thank you, Steph. Another question from the floor, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. Chris Rolex, I'm the Deputy Mayor of Forbes Council, Region 10 Chair, and thank you, Steph. You just sort of stole the thunder totally. To say that I'm pissed off is a very understatement. We keep talking about betterment, right? Now, one thing my dad did to me, when I left school, he said, you've got to become an accountant. I went, oh, God, all that crap. Anyway, so I did 4 years of that, and I became an accountant. I thought, well, done that. I don't do it anymore now. I use that every day of my life now. I thank him every day. One of the greatest things he's ever done. But the simple equation in this dam situation is it cost $1 billion to repair all that, from the Wyangla wall down to Hillston, to repair all that. $1 billion. Put the damn wall up, it won't stop at 100% by the way, but it should take away $1 billion every time that happens. So, and that should give us a lot more irrigation through our system. Same thing is happening here, Helen. We'll have a lot more food production in our area because we won't have our allocations drop down. There's 100 things that happen with this dam wall going up, and the big killer there is that bio offset. It's just stupid. I asked Simon again a while ago, where's the money go, Simon? No one knows. Yeah, I know you tried to give an answer there earlier, but yeah, where's it go? No one knows. It should come back to do something for that community. I don't know what the answer is, but someone's got to get together and work this out.
Thank you. There's a question, Meredith.
Meredith McPherson, Central New South Wales Joint Organisation, Wyangla Dam Wall Raising, also a project close to our heart. I think a vast amount of that business case was blacked out, so we actually couldn't see what some of the implications were of those biodiversity offsets. But not only that, the thing that was so galling, I guess, was that it was based on this idea that a town won't run out of water. And so much of that New South Wales government policy that sits behind the optioneering and the regional water strategies is likewise based on an idea that it's just not going to happen because we won't let it happen, right? But that's not the reality of what we saw on the ground. That's just a comment. My question is more with regard to the when the Wyangla study was scuttled. We were told in our region that all our solutions would be in the 20-year regional water strategies. So our region was really committed. We're very mature in the town water space. We spent 5 years working on the regional water strategies. And probably the major thing that we were after, one action that will really, I can't think, cost a lot of money, is an intergovernmental forum in our region with a seat at the table for all the water user groups so that we can have those very discussions that we've talked about for the last 2 days. I've heard it across this room. There's obviously a willingness of water users to get together and have these conversations. The challenge I'm seeing in our region, and probably statewide, is the bureaucracy will not enable that discussion to happen. Now, we are a region that likes to lead by example. We are very based in collaboration, and we will go ahead and try and have that discussion within our region. But the challenge is, sooner or later, we need a Waratah on it to make it actually work. My question is, how can we address the bureaucracy's resistance to enabling us to have these conversations, which clearly we all want to have?
Seth, would you like to go first?
Thanks, Meredith. You make some very, very valid points this morning, as usual. And I've enjoyed working with you and your organisation over the past 8 years that I've been a local member, so thank you. In terms of having the departments at the table, that's ministerial direction. Simple as that. They need to be directed to engage in such a way. And I believe it's absolutely imperative. Because when we talk about those regional water strategies, and I've been very, very critical of many of them, we have 12 in New South Wales. There's a lot of fluff and not a lot of action. And what action is outlined or planned is that far in the never, never. You just don't think we're ever going to get there. You do not get the sense that we are going to get on top of the challenges that we are facing. The other thing about the regional water strategies is they do not adequately address the issue of flood. And I've got, I guess, a bit of experience and a particular passion around flooding because I happen to be the Minister for Emergency Services and then flood recovery in 2021 to 2023, where we experienced those catastrophic floods of 2022. And I take it back to the point that Chris made. If we actually built into the business cases, to the regional water strategies, to the biodiversity offset calculations, all of those government calculations that go into determining whether a project is feasible or not, if we built in the ramifications of these natural disasters, particularly floods, into those calculators, almost every single project that has been mentioned here would stack up. Absolutely stack up. The devastation that I'm sure each and every one of you have seen or have heard of in some way, shape or form or have experienced yourselves as a result of the flooding that we experienced in 2022, and not for the first time, that just happened to be of historic levels. But we experience floods regularly through the basin, and what we need to see are the plans, the calculators and the government departments willing to take those events into consideration when it comes to determining what infrastructure projects proceed. And it won't be until then that our communities can truly have the confidence that whether we're in drought or whether we're in flood or somewhere in between, that our infrastructure is built to serve our communities to the best of its ability.
Thanks, Seth. Helen?
I think I totally agree with what you're saying. The government has a problem mentioning the word drought because it's periods of dryness currently, and they have a problem mentioning the word dams. I've heard you've got to use other terms like like flood mitigation or anything else, but don't use the word dam. So I think we need to have those conversations for sure. We're keen to look at expanding Burrinjuck Dam and also Lake Coolah, which is out here between Leeton and Narrandera as an en route storage. And there's lots of other projects too that should be looked at, but there's certainly no willingness to do that. There is a committee, Water Utilities Committee in New South Wales Parliament, and I have written to the chair to ask about how about we look at water, community towns, water infrastructure, all those things, and I didn't receive a response. So it's time that I wrote again and try and get some sort of inquiry up. I mean, it's a first step, and I know it's another inquiry, but I think it needs to be front and centre of what's going on. And I get quite a lot of correspondence into my electorate about water quality. One this week, in fact, talking about how atrocious it is, and a lot of water wouldn't even meet World Health standards, and babies being bathed in terrible water, so they've got to buy in bottled water. All these stories that I have. So it's time that we fessed up and had these inquiries and started putting pressure on the government. There's so much going on. There's something like 47 different programs from New South Wales government that we've had to comment on. Communities, farmers, organisations have had to comment on. We have got fatigue, unbelievable fatigue. And but it goes, and they're just rolling it out as quickly, those sorts of things, as they possibly can to wear us down. And I think it's a tragedy in that too. So we've got a lot of work to do for sure.
Thank you, Helen. We've got more questions. Unfortunately, we're over time. So I would please join me in thanking our panel. And again, please talk to them later. Please thank Helen, Nicola, and Steph for joining us. Thank you very much.
Just into the next one.
Thank you very much. Very important session, which I'm very much looking forward to, is growing value from water in a changing world. Professor Mike Stewardson is the CEO of the One Basin Cooperative Research Centre. It's something very dear to our hearts. We are partners with One Basin CRC. We value the research that they're doing, and to present some of the ideas on how do we cope with changes is Professor Mike Stewardson. Please join me in thanking Mike.
It's nice to hear those words, Mark, after your dalliance with the NDDA last night. We felt a little bit rejected, but we know we're your number one still. This is my fourth NDA conference in 5 years, so it's great to be back, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak again today. I want to talk about trusted partnerships. That's at the heart of the One Basin CRC, and it's been part of the discussions that we've been having here around the table, like individually and agreement on stage as well. The most common thing we heard when the One Basin CRC was being established from our partners was they wanted to sit around the table with the right people to tackle the challenges that were facing them in the water world. And that's really why we ended up with 86, now 92 partners who came together to join and form the One Basin CRC, which commenced 3 years ago. We've got another 7 years to run. So I'm going to talk a little bit about why I think these trusted partnerships are important, what the One Basin CRC is doing to create these partnerships, and then how they relate to some of our work and the basin program. Okay, so this is some of our partners at the annual event in Mildura a couple of years ago. This year it was in Dundarindi. So why are trusted partnerships important? So just forgive me, I'm going to say some things which I think are probably pretty obvious to this group. Firstly, water challenges spill across traditional silos. Both the problems themselves, and this is taken from Australia's National Climate Risk Assessment, property damage from floods, increases insurance costs, contributes to the cost of living, placing further stress on household budgets. So quickly we go from a flood to a very serious national economic challenge. And the solutions to water challenges tend to spill beyond normal sort of frameworks and silos that we put in place. So this is the West Wodonga wastewater treatment plant. The Northeast Waters put a cover over the top to capture gas to generate energy. So we have water and gas systems in the one piece of infrastructure. And of course, water is shared across a range of values, so social, environmental, economic, cultural values. So that creates conflict.
But we also know that anyone that works in this game, alongside that conflict, is cooperation, and that cooperation requires partnerships. And the context here is a declining trust. This is taken from the Edelman Trust Barometer. Really quite a fascinating study. It's global, but they provide a report for Australia. And this is the metric relating to how people's trust in leaders. And the question was whether people believe that our leaders purposely misled people. And the numbers here are around 64, 66%, 68% believe that's the case. So very low levels of trust and declining, I would say. And we're coming off a pretty low base, those figures of 2021 to 2025, 2021 being the COVID years. There's also a very interesting study in Victoria that's been done recently looking at the reciprocal relationship, the trust from governments in communities, showing there's quite low levels of trust from governments and communities, which talks to that sort of need for a reciprocal relationship in building trust. So this is why trust, trusted partnerships is so important. And it's why our partners came together to form the One Basin CRC. Now, the details here don't matter, but this is how we're bringing our partners together in a bunch of projects. We've got 26 projects, $36 million being invested in cash and in kind. There's 55 partners involved in these projects with an average of 5 partners per project. But the important thing here is those red dots are our projects. So the green dots are the projects, the red dots are our partners. And we don't operate in silos. We bring our partners together into a networked partnership around our projects. So that's important. And each project is also a partnership of new partners. We've got a couple of project leaders here, actually. Holger Meyer sitting over here at the table, and Margot Rawthorne is here as well. Margot over here in the red. Okay, so that's what we're doing. We've got a number of projects now. The 26 projects, I can't possibly go through them all here. It's not really what you want to hear from me anyway. I'll point you to where you can find more information about our projects. But I do want to highlight a few things that we're doing just to give you an idea about what the One Basin CRC is working on. And I'll go through one project for each of our regional hubs. We've got 4 regional hubs in Loxton, Mildura, Griffith here, and Goondiwindi. So just to give you a bit of a taste for what we're working on. So firstly, in Loxton, we're working on accessing brackish groundwater. There's about 2,000 gigalitres of brackish groundwater that can be sustainably used annually. The problem is it's brackish. So we've been looking at testing whether you can use desalination to produce fresh water for use in irrigation, whether that's a cost-effective option, and thinking through some of the policy questions with that approach. We've now got a demonstration site for that technology on Century Orchards Farm just outside of Loxton, where we're showing and testing that over a period of time. We've got another 2 years to run that demonstration site to evaluate the performance of this system and communicate it more widely through the irrigation sectors. That's now leading on to a proposal to look at how we might combine desalination with aquifer recharge and recovery. One of the things with desalination plants is it's best to operate them continuously over the long term. That's when they're most cost effective. So aquifer recharge allows us to store that water for use when it's needed. Another project we're working on up in Goondiwindi is looking at the evaporation losses from storages. This is the single largest loss across the basin with no environmental benefit associated with it. There's plenty of technologies that have been around for some time to reduce evaporation, but these haven't been taken up. So this project is looking at a roadmap for commercialization and demonstration of these technologies to get their wide-scale uptake. Again, we've got a large partnership involved in this of ag sector partners, technology partners, university partners, and government partners to look at policy questions around this. The third question is looking at risk assessments associated with climate change, and this is led by Holger Meyer, who's I referred to before. what we're finding is there's a lot of information, climate change information that's available to people, but it's not presented in a way that can be used. It's a bit overwhelming, the amount of information that's available. So this project is doing case studies with regional communities, real life problems that they're facing, planning problems, and looking at how we can use that sort of a human-centered approach to managing climate risk in those projects. So bringing the data to the problem, starting with the people, and asking what information do they need, what's the questions they're asking, and presenting the information in a way that's relevant to those problems. Again, a large partnership involved with that, and the partnership's much broader than this because the case study partners aren't listed there. Finally, here in Griffith, just a month or so ago, we ran a workshop with all our workers in projects. This was just a workshop, it was a foresighting workshop to look at future scenarios, setting vision, and that's now in the final reporting stage, and will inform our ongoing priorities in the region, our project priorities for work in the region. And we're hoping to do similar workshops in other regions. We've completed a water security workshop up in Gundawindi. We're planning a similar workshop in Mildura now. Okay, so that's what we've been, some of what we're working on. There's a lot of other work going on across the CRC at the moment. And I'll put up a slide at the end, which has a link to our website and other information sources on our projects. We have an individual page for each of our projects on our website, so anybody's interested can go there and get information and connect with our project leaders. Now I want to talk about the basin plan and this idea around collaboration. So it's actually very hard to get estimates of the total amount of water that's been recovered for the environment. In total, not just under the basin plan, but in total since environmental water recovery was a thing. But one place you can get that information is in the Bureau of Meteorology has a water account for the Murray-Darling Basin. And they've produced an annual account over a 5-year period from 2019 to 2023. So these are the percentages of the total water take which has been allocated for environmental purposes. So it's not a modelled long-term yield. It's actually the water that's been taken and used for environment. And so what you can see, and again, this is not just the basin plan, this is all the other water recovery programs that happened before the basin plan as well, is on average over those 5 years, it's just slightly less than 30% of the total water take. So it's a substantial portion of the consumptive pool that's now been recovered for environmental purposes, and that's added to the planned environmental water, so the SDLs, anything above the SDLs, planned environmental water as well. So it really is, in my view, a substantial achievement in achieving a sustainable basin. Clearly it comes with a lot of pain and controversy, but an amazing achievement that the basin should be incredibly proud of. If we look overseas, and this is an example in Iran, this is the Lake Urmia, a very large lake, has a great population of flamingos. That's it, flamingos on it, or did have. I was there in 2017. The surface area of that lake has gradually declined over that period because of extraction and climate change. And that's led to a whole raft of problems. Not only has it led to water security issues, there's environmental issues as dust is blown off that lake and affect the communities that live around it. And the problems here is limited and poor governance around water. Over-extraction has led to a drying of the lake. And we see this pattern repeated again and again in inland river basins. So where you have large, flat, dry areas, long rivers, ideal for development of irrigation, we're seeing drying. So the Aral Sea, we see it in the Colorado, even in India as well. So we've got, this is a common pattern around the world. The Murray-Darling Basin is probably one of the only places where we've turned this pattern around and actually recovered water to a sustainable level. So I make that point, as I think it gets forgotten a little bit in some of the debate. It's a great achievement that we're sure to be proud of. despite the pain. But, of course, the job's not done because we're not yet seeing the full recovery of ecosystems that we would have hoped. And this is taken from the Basin Plan evaluation. Waterbird abundance has not been observed. Increases in waterbird abundance has not been observed. And native fish populations have continued to decline. And this is the conclusion from the NDBA's evaluation. Water for the environment is essential, but on its own is not likely to be sufficient. Factors such as water quality, riparian and floodplain management, pest control, in-stream habitat are also crucial to achieving environmental outcomes. So that really points the way for where we need to go in establishing a sustainable basin. It's integrated waterway management, and it's come up a few times over this event, and a lot of people share this view that the way forward is around doing all the things that are required to restore river health, not just the flow recovery. Now, this is something that is already happening. We have plenty of agencies doing work on integrated waterway management. So this is not just, this is repairing revegetation, fish passage, fish screens, water quality, in-stream habitat, repairing access, managing access from stock. All the things that are required to restore a healthy waterway are needed now to restore the health of the Murray-Darling Basin. But the scale of the challenge is quite large. In fact, we need to massively scale up our efforts on integrated waterway management if we're to achieve the benefits that are possible from the environmental water recovery. There was a recent study by Sam Capon at Griffith University and other colleagues that looked at how much it would cost to restore inland rivers in Australia. So this is not just the Murray-Darling Basin, it's other inland river basins. And so she looked at 9 actions required to restore river basins. And her estimate was that over a 30-year period, $3 billion would need to be spent per year to restore inland river basins. That's not to say that's the amount that should be invested, that's just the cost that was estimated. So the question is, how can we massively scale up integrated waterway management in the Murray-Darling Basin? How can we do it if we're serious about achieving it? And I've got 5 suggestions, and I'm going to finish off my presentation with those 5 suggestions. First one, we need to be clear what success looks like. We need to set clear metrics for success. They're important for coordinating and optimizing actions and ensuring there's accountability for this work. They should relate to the desired outcome, not the inputs. And there's some great examples of doing this well. Salinity management on the Murray has done this very well in terms of salinity targets. And there's good examples for nitrogen overseas. I think it's much harder for ecosystem restoration, but it's certainly possible. Number 2, enable local leadership. These are complex projects that are best done at the local scale. Now, we've got the experts in the room, so I'm not going to talk about what local leadership looks like or why it's important, but it absolutely is essential to integrated waterway management, to find those win-wins in the local area, to get the right opportunities at the right time to the right people and make them happen. I love this building. This is the Civic Hall in Mildura. The third one, coordinate government investment. There are so many programs that are investing in actions that can contribute towards restoring the Murray-Darling Basin. And I've listed some of them here without any effort at all. And it's an entirely incomplete list. These should be coordinated towards the purpose that we're trying to achieve. This is a mission. We should be harnessing all the resources we're already investing towards achieving this outcome. And I include the science community in that, and us as part of that. 4, we should widen the system boundaries to broaden the beneficiaries. This is a big task. We know the limits on pressure on government budgets, and there's plenty of other water issues that urgently need investment, and we've heard some of those infrastructure challenges in the previous session. So if we think broadly about the beneficiaries of this program, maybe there's some other investors that we can actually engage in this, in addition to government investment. Sam Capon, in that study I talked about before, estimated that around $1 billion could be brought in through carbon credits for the sequestration benefits of restoration. There's opportunities here for leadership and cultural healing for First Nations and being part of and leading aspects of this restoration program. Water users, there's opportunities to demonstrate water and biodiversity stewardship through this work. And a lot of this work has got to happen on private land as well. Regional economies, this is, if we did this at scale, this is a pretty significant economic activity. So there's economic diversification in here. Tourism, regional industries, if we've got restored regions, then what does that mean for the ability to attract skilled workers? And then there's the opportunities around international diplomacy and trade in maintaining our reputation as being leaders in basin management. So this, again, this was just off the top of my head. I'm sure there's other opportunities as well, but we need to think broadly about who benefits and who can come to the table to co-invest in delivering this program. And number 5, we need to innovate our approaches. It's kind of a bit of an arcane practice, restoration of rivers. We're doing similar things to what we've been doing for 20, 30 years. I think we need to be thinking a bit more creatively about what's possible. We heard about the AquaWatch program yesterday, a fantastic example of innovation in the monitoring of water quality. There's other work looking at the University of New South Wales to reduce the cost of fishways, these tube fishways we're looking at, but what else can we do to bring down the cost and improve the efficacy of our restoration actions? So I think there's a role here for scientists and innovators to really lean in as well. Okay, so there's my 5 ideas to scale up integrated waterway management across the basin. Set clear metrics, enable local partnerships, coordinate government investment, widen the system boundaries to broaden the beneficiaries, and innovate our approaches. That is really all I wanted to say today. I really invite anybody to go to our website or other places where we share information about the One Basin CRC. Get in touch if you're not already involved. We'd love to hear from you and find out how we can be involved with what you're doing. I'll leave it there. I'm very happy to take questions if there's any time, Mark.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks, Mike. Very insightful presentation. And I know Mike is very big on taking research from an academic perspective and returning it into something that makes an impact to communities. And that's something we're trying to work with Mike on and his team. So again, it's great to have other members like Holger and Margot in the room as well. So thank you for a great presentation. Happy to take a couple of quick questions. Thank you.
Mike Guerin, New South Wales Farmers, thank you for the presentation. I've got a question about your comment about carbon traders. Is it a broader opportunity of monetising and leveraging natural capital on property? So in other words, a producer-led opportunity to build strengths at the producer level and make it much wider than carbon. We've had a mixed history with carbon traders, if I can put it that way. And the bit that's missing to me, and I guess the question is putting the producer at the centre of the conversation and broadening it out to natural capital.
Absolutely, yes, is the answer. Yep, very easy. And look, this is an area we're not specifically working in, but I really like to explore and something that we'd be very happy to talk to you about if you've got some ideas.
Any other questions from the floor? Yes, Jackie.
Thanks, Tim. Jackie Corrigan, Lincolnshire Council. It seems like a bit of a left field version on what success looks like, but the National Water Initiative, going back to 2007, I think, declared that it will be successful when water goes to the highest value crop. And that seems to have remained as an underpinning philosophy, just sitting there subtly in the background all the time. It's a good thing if all the water goes to the highest value crop. Now, there are several of us that believe that we really want water to be used in the best way for the environment, the economy, and the community. Do you think we should reframe that idea of water is being used well when it always goes to the highest value crop, and think of it in a more holistic way?
Ooh. Yes. I don't really have a response to you here. I think there's great value in thinking through the objectives in the National Water Agreement. Equity being in the mix, but not necessarily being activated well. So I don't know, Water Trust, Chris is over here, she can talk to this more. There's one that's not really had a lot of airing, and there was a bit more airing. Yeah, but I don't have a response to you in relation to that question. It's a great question, and I think it's something that should be discussed.
You should think it through one day.
Yeah. Thanks, Deb. Yeah, I'm sorry to dodge that one, but yeah, appreciate it.
Any other final questions from the floor? Please join me again in thanking Mike Stewardson. We'll take a very important session to last, which is about food and fibre. Again, we've heard from a lot of water experts, from politicians, from bureaucrats, but now it's time to hear from the user perspective. So I'd like to call up onto the stage Jeremy Cass from Riverina Wine Growers, the CEO of the Riverina Wine Growers, and please grab a chair, and Elizabeth Scott, Chair Cotton Australia, and also Nathan Crowley from the Rice Growers Association. Thank you to our special panel for joining us. Rather than actually give them an opportunity to actually deliver a presentation first, we actually thought we'd just go straight into questions. So again, feel free to either use Slido or also you will take questions from the floor. So we've got three people talking from the user perspective. So what I might do is actually start with Nathan from the Rice Growers, because we're very much in Rice Growers country. What's your perspective? You've heard a bit today on, you've heard some of the discussions on water. What's your take on where we're up to water-wise?
Yeah, so obviously I'm a rice grower from the local area. I'm actually only 10 minutes out of town. It's quite an important time at the moment for rice growers, obviously with the current water market and the uncertainty for the coming season with water availability. Also, we grow wheat, oats, and we raise farm lambs as well. So, there's obviously commodity prices aren't great at the moment, specifically for the rice. The wheat's on its way down as well. So, there's a lot of unknowns at the moment for rice growers in the area, and obviously water plays a big part in that. We're still trying to secure some water for the coming rice season. Our local area, the water price is at $265 a megalitre currently, and that water allocation, I think we're up to 31% now, so time will tell, but it's looking to be a tough season. And obviously hearing today that, there's things like the complementary measures, like the carp, trying to restore the health of the river system. I think that's probably one of the important things, especially for the upcoming Murray-Darling Basin Plan Review, is just ensuring the health of the rivers and also the communities that live in the basin, like most of us are here. And I think that having security for that plan, that they're not going to take more water from irrigators, that we're still going to have water available for coming seasons. Obviously, I'm quite new to rice. I'm actually from an engineering and construction background. And I've been back in rice farming now for 3 years. And so I just want to see a future for irrigation in Australia. And I think it's important for food security and for the food security agenda.
Thanks, Nathan. Elizabeth, we're not only in rice country, we're also in cotton country, which covers a pretty big area. Opening remarks, what's your perspective?
Yeah, we certainly are in cotton growing area. Cotton's one of the largest growing commodities in this region. Last year we produced nearly 1 million bales in the southern valleys, but this year, echoing what Nathan said, we're probably looking at about half of that. We are in our planting window at the moment, and we have all of the same challenges as any annual cropper, whether it's rice or corn. Water prices are high, commodity prices are low. Cotton does give a very good return per megalitre, so you will see a lot of farmers choose to put their water onto cotton. But we are certainly challenged by the current environment in terms of, it is dry, but are we seeing an impact of that permanent water recovery out of the productive pool? That water entitlement is now sitting with a totally different user, and there's less water available within the temporary market that many irrigators rely upon to secure that water for the next season or within the current season. So that's potentially why we're seeing water prices sitting up around $260 a megalitre, which can actually rule out cropping altogether this season for some irrigators, depending on their circumstance. So I did like hearing, I was only here for this middle session today, but hearing what the politicians, Helen and Steph and Nicola said, I gathered they were all in agreement on focusing on outcomes with the current tranche of water reform, making sure that we are delivering environmental outcomes cleverly and not just relying on volumes of water being flooded down the river or being held by the government. We need to make sure that that very significant portion of water that is owned by the government is actually delivering good environmental outcomes, which irrigators want to see, and so do environmental people.
Thank you, Elizabeth. That's a really interesting perspective. Jeremy, wine grape, a challenging time.
Very challenging time for wine grape growers, especially in the valley. Ourselves, Murray Valley and Riverland are under extreme pressure. We've been in about 4 years of below cost of production prices, and we've got a number of our growers out there that don't own water and have to buy it on an annual basis. So to buy water this year, as Liz said, $260 a megalitre, it's a real challenge for them, knowing that that price is going to go on top of the bill it's going to cost them to deliver to the wineries. But I was here yesterday, I've been here for the whole conference, and the thing that I took away from yesterday was disappointing to me, the talk that there is still silos out there that aren't talking to each other. Water, environment, those sort of things should be so closely linked. It's just disappointing that that's not happening. Today was a much better focus, and the ladies that were up here before, those politicians, are saying what should be happening as far as I'm concerned. Griffith's a town I've called home for the last 30 years, and I'll happily say that it's the most successful multicultural town in regional Australia. That's because of water. 200 years ago, John Oxley came through here and said it wasn't suitable for human habitation. 100 years later, we built Burrinjuck Dam, we built Leeton and Griffith, and look what we've made of it. One of the most successful places where it's very hard to find a park in the main street any day of the week after 6 o'clock at night. There's not too many regional communities in Australia that can say that, and I would challenge anyone to sort of say it. So, water has had that impact on us as a region, and, it's just disappointing that the government hasn't really lifted its game a bit and sort of got it together so that everyone's talking to everyone else, and we're doing this for the benefit of everyone and everything.
Thanks, Jeremy. Really interesting insights from all three of you. Can I stay with you for a moment, Jeremy? Question, how many hectares of vines have been removed from MIA in the past year, and what percentage of that has been planted to citrus?
Right, yeah, well, I really couldn't comment on how much has gone into citrus, but what I can say is that I've been in this position since beginning of 2022. At that stage when I came here, we had 22,000 hectares of grapevines. Last year, we estimated that we had 18,000. It's very hard to get an exact figure on it because our growers are so disengaged at the moment. They're not coming to us to tell us. We've got to go to them and find out. It's a very depressing situation in that regard, but in the last 12 months, we've been working on this very, very much, and we know that we're down now to less than 18,000 hectares. And in fact, we're probably closer to 17,000 hectares once we go around and see what's going to happen. And the other problem we've got there is that not all of that's been removed. Some of that grapevine's going to be left in the ground because our growers haven't got the wherewithal to remove it. They've been impacted so much by low cost of production prices that they can't afford to remove it. And that means we're going to have localised biosecurity issues and neighbours fighting against neighbours. A good way to tear communities apart, to be quite honest, because, you know, if you're still trying to hang on, you're losing money doing it, and the next door neighbour's not doing anything and the disease is blowing over the fence, then, you know, not good outcomes for a community. And, you know, to follow that through, we led out our office to our local rural financial counsellor because we know that a lot of farmers in general, not just grape farmers, but farmers in general, are having trouble on the land at the moment. So they don't like walking through a door that's got rural financial counsel over because they're proud people. It's a bit of a stigma involved. So by having it in our office, it makes it easy for them to come and go. And the downside about that is that 2 years ago, there was 2 in 3 people coming through that door with grape growers. Today, I was talking to our local lady the other day, and she's a godsend for us. She was telling me she's got 33 people on books at the moment, and 30 of them are grape growers. And when you consider that we're now down from 3.5 years ago from 275 grape growing families out there to 200, that's 15% of the organisation that's in there relying on handouts from the government to do this. And, you know, if we look at ways of fixing these things, and we've talked here about consultation, people coming, listening, but not doing anything and completely ignoring it. We've got 2 really great examples happening at the moment through government, being the Emerson report and a Senate report that went through last year. They recommended what Australian Grape and Wine's been asking for 2 years, which is $30 million to go towards helping grape growers transfer into other crops. So we're not wasting water and then having to throw grapes on the ground, wasting fuel, wasting all these other things that make us less sustainable as an industry and impact on what we're all here about today, being water. Yet we're trying to put a Band-Aid on a cut to an artery, which is just not working. We're treating the symptoms instead of trying to fix the problems, and that's similar to what I'm hearing here in water, or what I heard a lot yesterday, the way I interpreted it.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. In terms of changing gears slightly, Elizabeth, we've been hearing some great things about cotton and the efficiencies that have been achieved in your industry. So, for example, our previous speaker, Professor Mike Stewardson, recently ran a conference in Goondiwindi, one of their hubs, and of course that's also key cotton country. So they talk about how much they've improved, or shall we say, minimised the use of water per yield. Do you want to address that issue? And what kind of achievements have you seen?
Yeah, we certainly have. We've increased our water efficiency by 52%, and we've reduced our pesticide use by 97%. A lot of that is due to varieties that we breed now, and we have varieties here in the Southern Valleys that are grown specifically to suit our shorter season, and likewise across the growing regions, everyone plants varieties that better suit their environment. We've seen a lot of investment in water infrastructure upgrades, so whether that's through the government efficiency programs that have been run, or farmers just digging in and going to the bank, borrowing some money to move some dirt, and improving their water use efficiency as well as their labour efficiency. We can definitely produce twice as much cotton now with the same amount of water that was used over 30 years ago. I think the constant drive to be better and extract more and more from every drop of water that we bring onto farm whether that's for any commodity we grow, whether it's corn, cotton, rice, wheat. Farmers are expected to be responsible with their water use, demonstrate their water use efficiency, and it's actually the highest value input that we have into our farm. So it's not in our best interest as business owners to waste that. But, you know, I don't see necessarily the same level of demand and efficiency on the environment and the environmental water holder to make sure that every single drop of water is accounted for, and you can demonstrate the benefit in a dollar value, if we could, as far as how much that is benefiting the environment. You know, the ecological terms, fish breeding events, bird breeding events, then also the reduction of the problems like water quality issues and pest species like carp. I think there needs to be much greater accountability for the environmental water holder and water users across state governments as well. And I stood in that exact spot in 2010 and said the exact same thing, that irrigators are, you know, required to demonstrate how much we use, what we use it on, and what we can get out of that water use, and, you know, demanding the same accountability for environmental water holders, but I'm not sure we're quite there yet, unfortunately.
Thanks, Elizabeth. It's funny, I just asked that question and immediately a question came in, how much more efficient as a percentage do you think your industry's water use has become over the last 20 years or so? And we were both thinking the same thing. Jumping over to Nathan, rice, you see a similar improvement in terms of efficiencies?
Yeah, there's definitely a similar trend to what Elizabeth just said, and that's just out of necessity, really. If you don't become a more efficient grower, if you're not producing more tons per megalitre of water that you're using, then eventually you're just going to be pushed out of the market. You know, I think she mentioned 30 years ago, productivity was about 50% of what it is today for tons per megalitre, and rice would be similar to that. There has been a lot of improvement, and there's also a lot of improvement to come in the coming years with genetics and breeding that we're working on through the rice industry, and also a shift towards different growing practices. But there's a lot of research that needs to go into the grain seed development, which is happening, but, you know, these things take time. It takes, you know, the rice growing season is once a year. You know, it goes for about 4 or 5 months. We only get one opportunity a year. And so it takes years and years to develop new varieties and actually commercially trial these varieties. So as much as the industry is doing a great amount to save water, and like I said, it's a necessity at $265 a megalitre, you know, it's about break even for most growers. So there is a trend to more water use efficiency. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Nathan. Jeremy, last year, I think it was, we ran a water seminar in Mildura, and one of the wine growers talked about yield per hectare. So, you know, really trying to bring it down to some kind of scientific level. What is the yield? Are you seeing similar efficiencies in your region?
We saw similar efficiencies from the first round of buybacks, where most of our growers up until then were contemplating changing over to drip from flood irrigation. And so, you know, when that all happened, a lot of the buybacks gave above market prices for that water, which was then to be funneled into drip irrigation stations, water moisture monitoring, and other things that would improve productivity. So, now we've been through that part a long time ago, and what we're finding out now is that, you know, one of the interesting things is that when we look at a triple bottom line, and you start to think that the triple bottom line is both financial, social, and environmental, that's the same sort of metrics that are the 3 columns of sustainability. So when you start looking at sustainability now, the power that it's costing us to drive those drip stations, many of our growers would have preferred to be back on flood irrigation, because the power costs that it costs to drive that, and the increase in power and everything like that, has had a big impact on them, as well as the cost of rising cost of water. So we are looking at efficiencies. Unfortunately, for us as a region, one of the things that has impacted us is that we don't do the yields that are produced in Murray Valley ore in the Riverland for some reason. They've got, in a lot of cases, high density plantings, things like that. But, traditionally in the wine industry, a lower yield has been looked at as more a quality yield. So we try to hold out on that end, and unfortunately that's bit us a little bit in that we're the fastest regressing area in those three regions. And it's just very disappointing to see that we get totally ignored by government.
Thanks, Jeremy. A question to any of you. What do other countries around the world charge for agricultural water? Do any of you do comparison with other countries in terms of the cost of water and how does it impact on your industry? Elizabeth, is that something you look at?
Not really. I guess the comments I would make is that Australia is leaps and bounds ahead of many other areas of the world in terms of our water reform and the shift of water from irrigated production back to rivers and the environment. But I know other countries have seen the work being done in this area, have visited Australia, and places like California are going through this exact process now. The other thing I'll say is production in Australia, no matter what you grow, is not subsidised as many other countries are. So comparison to, comparing cotton grown in Australia versus cotton grown in the US, we have zero subsidies. The US have significant subsidies and support. So I guess all of our input costs are higher, but I don't know exactly what it is as a breakdown to water.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Yes, certainly I agree with you in terms of subsidies. America very heavily subsidises much of their agricultural industry, especially corn, cotton, some of the primary fibres. Nathan, do you have any knowledge of overseas cost of water?
Not a huge amount of knowledge. I do know that in America, one of the practices that they do use for rice production is after the rice crop's harvested, and they'll flood the field and they'll push the stubble underneath the water, and they use that to break down the stubble. And it's an alternative to stubble burning, which we use here. And from my understanding, historically in areas like California, the water wasn't such a problem, but what I've been hearing is lately it's starting to become more expensive. After I think they just came out of a significant drought, and I think that has changed quite a bit for them, similar to what we had up until 2010. Obviously, that's changed a lot for production and cost of production here.
Thank you. Jeremy, any perspectives?
Again, like the others, not a great deal of perspective on what goes on overseas, but it was interesting. I had a conversation with one of our Indian growers the other day. Most of our Indian growers down in this part of the world come from the Punjabi region in India, and over there they grow similar crops to us, rice, a lot of rice, and the water is provided to them for free. So that was a very interesting conversation.
Well, that's cheap. With current climate forecasts, this is a future looking into the future. With current climate forecasts, how can industries plan ahead and future-proof? So really, given we're looking at some challenging seasons already, Elizabeth, how does cotton look? How do you protect the future?
You can call me Liz if you like. I feel like I'm in trouble every time I get called Elizabeth. No, that's fine. Future looking, I think what I was saying before about varieties, developing varieties better suited to our climate, and I know our researchers are very much looking forward at those climate predictions and seeing what's coming, and then feeding that back through education for farmers for our on-farm practices, as well as developing varieties that are better suited to our climate and the changing climate. The growing region down here in the south, really has only kicked off in the last 10 to 15 years. Prior to that, we couldn't really grow cotton down here because it was too cold, too late, and then it got cold too early on the other end of the season. But now, because we've developed these varieties that are suited to our climate, we can grow and produce significant amounts of cotton every year because we have the right type of variety to suit our climate and our environment. So I'd like to think that that trajectory will continue and will continue to evolve the use of technology, breeding, water efficiency measures, different layouts, all of those sorts of things. Farmers are always looking to maximise their productivity with the minimum amount of water possible.
Thank you, Elizabeth. You're not in trouble. Thanks, Liz. Nathan, is there any way of trying to predict the future in terms of manage the seasonality?
So the
Same question, really.
relative to climate.
Yes, in other words, looking at climate change and how do you predict the future?
Yeah, so I think the one thing that we're working on at the moment with the rice industry, which I mentioned before, is aerobic rice. And basically aerobic rice, instead of growing the rice in a field where it's always underwater, we can flush water through the paddock and allow the rice to come up through the season and grow with the constant sort of simulating rainfall over a season. And that's how we can produce the rice. And what we've found through the trials that are ongoing at the moment is that not only is that saving water and we're still getting the same yields, but it's also reducing greenhouse emissions through reducing methane, which is one of the greenhouse gases given off through the production of ponded rice. So there's research underway in that at the moment, and the early results from what I'm hearing have shown that we've been able to produce some of the lowest emission rice in the world. And obviously there's a fair bit more work to do on that. And like I mentioned before, a lot of that will be in the breeding program. But I'm quite optimistic for the rice industry. I can see that, there's a great group of people that are trying to bring the industry up and make sure that we are water efficient and that we're adapting to the climate and the climate agenda. And I see it just for my own farm business at the moment. The bank's pushing us to go through and do Ruminati and set our benchmark, which we've done. And then we're looking at, well, what do we do with these carbon credits that we're actually, can we export these? Can we sell these? At the moment, the advice is to just hold them and see what happens. We might need them to offset our production down the track. But, I think in terms of that climate and the climate agenda, it's definitely going to play a big part in the future of rice production.
Thanks, Nathan. Jeremy, is there any predictability? Can you cope with climate change in the future in the grape industry?
Yeah, I think we can. We're already seeing some of the more premium end of the market moving operations into Tasmania. So from a premium end, that's what they're doing to sort of combat climate change. But I think there's opportunities through what's been happening with CSIRO and breeding and varieties that we've already got that are just more suitable for the hotter areas. So yeah, going into the future, I think that those things won't be a barrier to us. I think that it's going to be things like world wine consumption and stuff like that.
Thanks, Jeremy. When we look at grape types, Australia's had a history of growing one type of grape, I guess chasing the market, and then ripping them out because they're no longer, shall we say, de rigueur, flavour of the month. How does a grape grower cope with the changing tastes of consumers?
It's a very hard thing for something that's a perennial crop like grapes, and especially the cost of putting them in. So if you consider at the moment, and this was a year or so ago, we did this study that was costing us about $35,000 a hectare just to plant the grapes. It is a big capital outlay, and considering today your farm's worth more without those grapes on it than it is with those grapes on it, that's a huge burden for our grape growers and a huge thing for them to try and swallow because we've got an aging population that starting to look to getting out, and where they once had profitable farms, it's now touch and go whether they're selling their farm's going to buy a reasonable house in town. So I don't know whether that's completely answered your question, but
I think it's some of the questions are really interesting. If a wine, let's say you're growing grapes, is it worth holding those grapes because it's a perennial crop? Is it worth holding that and waiting for it to come back into season, or do you chase your tail and just follow the market?
Yeah, that's another good question, and a lot of people are looking at how you do that and how you do that economically. We've had a lot of studies in the last few years about mothballing, and now they're calling it resting vineyards. The problem with that is that you can remove the crop, which is, is possibly not wanted. You've still got to put in a lot of inputs. You've still got to water them. If you take that water back too far, then you're going to stress them out and they're never going to be any good again. So we've got to work out a way, and we're currently working on that at my office at the moment. Our two grower engagement officers have been friendly working on how you can minimise your inputs and still keep those crops viable. And when you consider that you've got a vine in the ground, if it's got a big canopy on it, then it's like a pump that's sucking a lot of water from the ground and respiring that out into the air. So it's not only just a matter of removing the crop, it's a matter of reducing the canopy of that crop, and that way you're able to reduce the water that you need to put in to keep it going, and also reduce the inputs of sprays and things like that as well. So going forward, it's going to be an interesting sort of scenario to see who goes that way. Most people who have done it in the past have done it for 2 or 3 years and then realised that they've had to pull those grapes out because they're no longer economically viable and they're never going to come back. So it is one of those really tricky questions, and it's hard to get right.
Thanks, Jeremy. It's got to be a tough one to call. Given the dam levels are 60%, why do you think temporary water pricing is so high, and why is allocation so low? Liz, is that something you want to tackle?
Yeah, I used to do water policy a bit. So the problem with our system here in the Murrumbidgee is that Burrinjuck Dam doesn't hold enough water to match all of the water entitlements that are in the system. So what happens is Burrinjuck Dam relies on inflows to provide further allocations throughout the year. And what we're seeing is historically when the dam levels have been really high and 100%, and irrigators will still have, general security irrigators will still have low allocations, and everyone goes, what is going on? That doesn't make any sense. But it's because it relies on inflows to provide allocation to general security water entitlement holders. So with the dams at 60%, I believe carryover, which is something that general security irrigators in the Murrumbidgee here, we can carry over up to 30% of our water from last year. That average is sitting at around 18% this year, whereas previous years it's been at around 27 generally. So I'm not sure what the reason is, but it's generally to do with inflows, and it has been dry. Over the Riverina area has been drought declared, and our catchment extends right up into the snowy valleys, and we also rely on snow melt. So that will be coming into the system as of now, if it ever warms up. So we will see allocations increase, I think, as the season goes on. To be honest, for how dry it's been, I was surprised at where we're sitting at 30% now, which sort of shows, maybe the reduced level of carryover has had an impact on that early season announcement. But irrigators, if you need to make a planting decision, you either buy the water in, you can have forward contracts, you can lease water, you can carry over water. So there's a range of products you can use to make sure you've got the water available to plant your crop. Cotton we can forward sell, rice you can forward sell now. So we know what we're going to be getting for our crop, a portion of our crop. So we know, okay, we can justify paying $260 a meg. We've got X amount of water, we might punt what the market might do later on. You've got to factor in all of these decisions, but if you want to be sure of the water you need for planting and watering up your crop, that's what carryover's for, and that's what the market's for.
Thank you, Liz. Great insights. Nathan, any perspective?
Yeah, just lately I've started watching some larval lakes at Lake Yucambine, and just watching the flows into those. And I think checking the other day, Lake Yucambine is about 43%, which I guess somehow relates back to how they get to our 41%. It's similar sort of issue for rice production. We can get forward contracts, and it's just trying to make it work at that 260, 265, which I think, there's growers that can do it, but there's also a lot of growers that aren't going to produce based on the current price. So, but it'll just be interesting. There's still a little bit of time to see what happens with the rice.
Thank you, Nathan. Jeremy, did you want to add anything to that?
Not really. It has always been amazing to me to see dams full and general security allocations come out of the gate at, between 20 and 30%. I've never been able to fully understand that. I've never really studied it out. Most of our growers have got water by security, and I think that in that 30 years we've seen that allocation drop. We fell below 95% because we've got a 5% that gets taken out straight off the top to go to environment anyway. That was something we did years and years ago that was supposed to come back to us but never has. So.
Thank you, Jeremy. We've got a question from the floor. Jackie.
Thank you, Mark. And first of all, shout out to 3 brilliant people on the stage who are growing important things for Australia. So I'll start by saying that. In relation to the last conversation around water quantity that's available that might be causing prices to be going up, do you think it's also the possible increase in permanent plantings that is causing higher demand this early in the years? People know they have to supply water to their permanent plantings. It might be exacerbating the cost of the water. What are your thoughts around that?
Who'd like to start?
All right. It's a very good question, and I think it's got a very dynamic answer. We've seen a lot of permanent plantings going in, and one of the ones we've seen springing up here, as we are seeing right through the whole basin, is almonds. And what you'll find is that a lot of those people will be buying permanent high security water, and usually they'll be buying it as they need it. So, and they might subsidise that with general security water, but that'll be bought on the temporary market on a yearly basis, so that they're not going to be subject to the same vagaries of having a general security allocation, if you like. So I think that, when you look up and down the basin, there's impediments like the Barmah choke, and I think that those sort of things then make the Murrumbidgee system a little bit more open to trade into the lower valleys because we come in below the choke. So, again, it's water for where the money is. And, someone said highest value crop there a little while ago, and almonds at the moment as permanent plantings are the highest value crop and can work the biggest stick. Unfortunately, they do suck the most amount of water per hectare. I think it can go up to about 17 megalitres a hectare, where we're on about 3.5 to 5 in grapes. So there's a huge difference on what they need. And I noticed there a few years ago, even the Almond Board was asking for a moratorium on planting of almonds because in a drought situation, they're not going to be able to water them all.
Thank you, Jeremy. Did anyone want to add to that as well? Nathan?
Yeah. So on top of the almonds, I've heard there's a lot of olives going in this region. The olive oil prices jumped quite dramatically the last couple of years. And so, been hearing there's a lot more olives going in, obviously another permanent plantation. It's going to take more water from the pool. And just in terms of obviously cotton and rice, it's obviously a crop it's an annual crop, so you can switch it on, switch it off, basically, dependent on what water is available. So I actually think it actually complements the permanent plantations quite well. In the dry years, we don't grow cotton, we don't grow rice. And it sort of allows, same with grapes, it just allows these industries to tick away. And also oranges, I've heard recently, I think it's California, the crop over there has been impacted by disease. So the price of oranges is going up at the moment. So I'm hearing there's going to be increased pressure from orange growers in the market because they can afford to buy the water at a higher price now based on the increase in the return for them. So, obviously the permanent plantations do have quite a large impact, and I think just from my perspective, we do need some sort of plan for food security and irrigation, which I think at the moment, in the last seminar they talked about, water just goes to the highest bidder at the moment. And I think there needs to be a review of that. Obviously, everyone here believes in food security and the importance of food for the nation. So I think there has to be a switch towards, whether it's a land use plan, water use plan, there has to be some focus on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. Liz, did you want to add anything? Okay, thank you. How much of an issue is groundwater contamination in the region? Liz, did you want to start with that?
Yeah, well, it's impacting general security reliability because they've issued a whole new licence for Wagga's contamination. That's through the water sharing plan that's being developed at the moment. So basically, PFAS contamination near Wagga, to deal with that, the New South Wales government are basically creating a new special purpose access licence to use to treat the water and provide water for critical human needs when that water, has been impacted by PFAS, which is a chemical that has been found on defence land. A federal government issue. Personally, I think the federal government should be stumping up the water for fixing their contamination issue rather than general security irrigators, but that's my personal opinion. So yes, groundwater contamination, I think it's a horrible issue and it's no fault of anyone who's now impacted by the groundwater contamination, but the impact it is having is the New South Wales government's solution is to basically create a new licence. As I said before, the dams are fully allocated. There is no new water in those dams. So any new water entitlement or new licence has to basically come from the existing pool. So it impacts general security reliability year on year up to 1 to 2%.
Thanks.
Thanks, Craig.
Thanks, Liz. Did anyone want to add to that? No? Jeremy, no? Okay. Look, I think we'll close on what I think is a wonderful question. Earlier on, we talked about efficiency. What can Australian industry teach others in water efficiency? So, Liz, you talked about some pretty impressive statistics, such as greater than 50%. So, what can we teach the rest of the world about how I think we've seen in the case of wine growing, we've sent our wine experts to France to teach them. So what can we teach them, Liz, about efficiencies?
Well, the cotton industry is doing this. We've had growers from India come every year, well, every second year we have a cotton conference, and we've hosted delegations from places like India, where their production system is very, very different to us. They're basically subsistence farmers growing a hectare here and there of cotton, but they have significant issues with their groundwater availability. They've got groundwater there and their bores are running dry. I actually went to India when I did the Rural Leadership Program, and I was just gobsmacked at the fact that they had no regulation on how much water they could pump out of their bores. And I was like, you guys have got a world of hurt coming your way, unfortunately. So I think Australian growers, whether it's cotton growers or any other commodity, we take our responsibility very seriously to help educate the broader world, especially in developing nations. They're not nations who are competitors with us. Cotton is a globally exported product, and we work in a global market rather than a domestic market. But what is produced in Australia is basically a Rolls Royce in terms of quality, and a lot of these countries are producing Fords and Holdens, is how it's described to me. So however we can help lift up other countries and improve their economy, and then hopefully have some sort of trade, because a lot of manufacturing for cotton is actually in places like Vietnam and India and Turkey. So, it's a double-edged sword to help each other with our production systems. And I think what they can learn from us is just, efficiencies with water, definitely efficiencies with pesticide chemical use, and then labour isn't as much of an issue for them because they've got plenty of people to help do the work. But mechanisation is something that's, out of this world for them when they come and see what we have here.
Thanks, Liz. Really great insight. Jeremy, we've been teaching the rest of the world about our winemaking. So what are your insights? What can we teach the rest of the world?
That's a very good question, and you're right, we have exported a lot of our expertise overseas, and sometimes I feel that that's probably been to our detriment, because we have had some of the best winemaking techniques and innovations in the world that are now being picked up by other countries, and making them just as competitive against us. So I think that the high costs in Australia are our biggest impediment going forward, and that's just in everything, not just water. To be able to play on the world stage, the other thing that we've got to take into account is food miles. And, when you start to look at Europe and America, they're a fair way away compared to other countries. So Asia is the place to play in regard to that. And we've just got to remain competitive, because, we're as sustainable as they can be. I would suggest growers to be out there for 4 years with below cost of production prices and still hanging on says a great deal about how sustainable we really are. So they're hoping for it to change and to be able to ride the wave back out of that. But I worry what that looks like going into the future, because we've got pressure on us from all sorts of areas, being health, the temperance movement, younger people having more options and drinking different things, and world tastes changing. So I think as a region, we're probably in for a bit of a reset. What that looks like going forward, I don't know. We've been here for 93 years. My organisation's had its 90th a couple of years ago, and I'm hoping to see that through to the 100th before I look to going into retirement, and maybe we'll see what that looks like coming into that sort of space.
Thank you, Jeremy. And Nathan, I'm giving you the final word. What's the rice perspective?
Just on the information that we can export from the rice industry, probably around the genetics and the breeding that we're working on at the moment, along with the aerobic rice system that I mentioned earlier. There's obviously a lot of research going into that. If we can show that we're reducing methane emissions, that's a great outcome. That'd be something that if we can export that overseas, there'd be amazing results. There's also a lot of work in automation for the rice industry. So to be able to use these aerobic rice systems, it's quite labour intensive. So we're looking at automating that. There's already systems out there for automating those flushes. So there's obviously a lot of technology we can export around that. There's also a dashboard system that we use in the rice industry. And basically it's taking satellite data, and then there's a system that analyzes that data, and then it feeds back results and allows farmers to make decisions on the spot based on satellite information. So it's a program that's been developed by one of the universities, been commercially trialled for the last 2 years, and the results have been amazing, especially for the quality of the grain that we've been able to produce. Along with the genetics, there's also a lot of decisions that are made on farm to produce good quality rice. And, to be able to use the satellites, the automation that we have to produce great quality rice, I think that's something that we can definitely export.
Thank you very much. Please join with me in thanking our wonderful panel. Thank you. Jeremy, Liz, Nathan, thank you very much. Those of you who know me know I'm a bit of a time Nazi. I try to stay on time, and a few people have said, would actually like to get away a few minutes early. So I promised I'd try and finish before 1 o'clock. Lunch is coming, it might even be there. So we can, for those who have time to grab a sandwich before you leave, please do so. For those who'd like to hang around, we'll be here. The NIC team is still in the other room, and they'll be joining us at lunch. So please feel free, take the opportunity to mingle and chat to our partners. So in closing, before I do close, Shari, I just wondered, did you want to say anything in closing, or would you like to know? All good? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to check. We've covered a lot of ground in the last few days. You may have noted, my opening speech, I talked about how passionate I am in trying to achieve consensus and leadership across the basin. And I think we've seen a great example from the speakers that we've had. And, some people say you'll never achieve consensus. And for our board members of the NDA, I haven't even been here 4 years. And when I came in, some of the board members, it was a real kind of almost that you could feel the tension between the North and the South. I think we've come a long way in recent years, and I think the Basin Plan speaks volumes about how much we've achieved. So again, I think I want you to join me on this journey as we try and build consensus. We're not going to agree on everything. You can't please all the people all the time, but I think that we actually are achieving some great things. And through our advocacy on things like carp, on things like water management, yields, on many things, I think we are actually making some significant progress. I won't put slides up and take you through every chapter and verse, but the advocacy that we're achieving, I think, is making some real meaningful steps. So I look forward to working with you in future over coming days, weeks, months, and trying to achieve the advocacy. In terms of what we've seen in the last couple of days, obviously the feedback about the study tour was fantastic. We saw so much, and I think it really opened up our eyes about this region. When you come to the region for the first time, I guess everyone's blown away by the sheer diversity, the sheer scale of things. It's not one crop, it's not one type of agriculture, but what irrigation has afforded in this region is such a diverse range of agriculture. And it's wonderful to see. And we've just heard from a wonderful panel talking about the kind of strides that they are making in agriculture. In addition to, we even got to see, for those who didn't go on the study tour, some of the things such as the wonderful lunch we had. We had Murray cod for lunch, and then we saw where the Murray cod come from. So to see something, local produce and with such low food miles, I think the Murray cod had something like 5 or 6 kilometres of food miles. And to see, something world-class being produced locally and delivered locally in a tourist environment is really first class, world leading. And then, of course, we went out to Leeton, Sunrise, and what an eye opener for many of us who maybe haven't seen that before. To see, world class rice. I've had the great fortune to have travelled and lived in many parts of the world, and one of those countries I did a scholarship in Japan. And to hear that Sunrise is exporting rice to Japan blows my mind, because I know how fussy they are about quality. So to see world-class produce being produced in this region is just fantastic. So congratulations to Griffith, to the whole region on what you do. Next year we're going to be in Shepparton, and I think Mayor Shane Sarley and his team, Jeff Dobson and Jeff Akers, I think they're very proud of their region just as much as Griffith is of theirs. So I think you're going to see, they say better, we'll see. I know we're going to see another wonderful food bowl, which is very much the equal of Griffith. So again, I can't tell you how much we're looking forward to coming to Shepparton. So thank you, Jeff, and also to Mayor Shane Sarley. In closing, we've covered a lot of ground over the last couple of days. We've heard some great speakers. We've heard from the government about the way forward. We've heard about the Basin Plan, and I think it's given us new hope for the future. Yes, there's some opposition that, sometimes there are challenges and we're not always happy with the way it's being delivered. But again, I come back to the word consensus, that I think that we are going to be greater as a group, as one. So again, as Mike Stewardson said earlier, it's one basin. So I think, working together, we can sort out these differences. For those of you who were in our AGM yesterday, you may have heard some of the motions going through. And, sometimes we debate things, but we always end up ultimately with some form of consensus. And that's what I'm striving to achieve. So I urge you to work with us to achieve a consensus across the basin. In closing, these events don't happen just on their own. There is a lot of help, and I'd like to just thank a couple of people. In particular, I'd like to thank Doug Curran. I'm not sure if Mayor Doug Curran's in the room. I can't see him, but in particular, Mayor Doug Curran, who has been fantastic in supporting us. For that matter, I'd like to thank the whole team at Griffith, and in particular, I'd like to thank Councillor Shari Bloomer, who's not only a councillor, she's also Chair of Region 9 and our National President. Thank you, Shari, for all you've done to help us. I know you've worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Thank you to all the team at Griffith, in particular Viv, I think I can see you up the back, Viv and also Kim, who have been tremendous support for us. And I know there are other people as well. I'd like to thank the NDA board members for being here and again supporting our efforts and our advocacy and supporting the membership in total. I'd like to particularly thank the mayors and the councillors because you are why we are here. I'd like to thank all the CEOs and GMs who were able to join us, and in particular, I'd like to thank the most important members in this room, the members. Most of you are members or associates or partners of the Murray-Darling Association. I'd also like to have please get a round of applause for Tim Phillips, Tim Zeller, I should say. He's worked very hard behind the scenes to make things happen, so thank you, Tim, for your efforts. Again, thank you for being here. Look forward to seeing you in Shepparton next year, and thank you very much. See you next time. Thank you.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done, Mike.
Mike, talk to you soon. Yeah.
Very good. Thank you back. Been brought up over years. So our mayor is going up. He used to be chair of the it's horrifying. Scouts for history. And I just say that it's
so hot. So just saying goodbye. Exactly.
No.
I thought you might want somebody. Oh, that's really simple.
Yeah. Let me know.
that's been working the boy out here. And that's about
Yeah.
You too. And there's oh, is he? Nobody's been
Yeah, see you next time.
Yeah, or can't see, I don't know. Anyway.
Reported show? Did you see the reported show?
Yes. Yes, I need to I'll check. Let me know when you get home.
Yeah, I'm aiming for those dates. That would be the earlier one. I'm only one person, but September will be tell me about
Thank you. Lovely to meet you.
You too. See you in Perth one day. Don't hold your breath though, it'll be a while, but I'll get there.
Oh, when we hold.
Well, interestingly, one of the things we suggested in Australia could be built in some It's not difficult. You just get onto the link SA, and that goes down the big across the board. Yeah, the bus goes that way. You should be. So there's early buses going up. Thanks, Brendan. That's right. Early buses going up, and they can come back, and they keep going back and forward like this. You may need to get a train to Seaford and get the bus. Yes. I'm going to make sure otherwise I'm going to be inside the Adelaide. All right, I'll let you go.
We're going to head off down to the drill.
Thank you so much.
Get that water out there, right?
Yeah, look forward to it. Yeah, certainly. Yeah. Where you like? Anyway, I suggest you might have oh, well, that's good. That's all right. That's all right.
Old minister wants to go on there. That's good. And we get,
In the river road, recent profile of that.